Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Today is Wednesday, June 7th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of June 2023. May I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, then today we'll be covering all items noted on our June agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment cannot be acted upon, but we are always welcome to hear comments from the public as well as from my fellow board members during this public comment section of our agenda. If there's anyone here wishing to make public comment, let's please start with Las Vegas. If you have public comment, step to the podium, state your name and spell it for the record because we do have a transcriber. Although she's not here in the room, she's taking down everything you say. Good morning.
Hi, Diamante Asbury, Diamante Asberry, here on behalf of the Culinary Union. Employee benefits are vital to the everyday life of gaming workers and their families, and a holder of a Nevada gaming license should not discriminate against employees when it comes to benefits. 2 weeks ago, we explained to members of the commission and the control board how Station Casinos discriminates against employees by denying benefits to some while providing benefits to others. Last December, the Culinary Union agreed as the elected representative for a bargaining unit of workers that Station Casinos should give a set of new enhanced benefits to all represented workers at Sunset Station, Green Valley Ranch, and Red Rock Casino. But the company still has not done the right thing and has just given those benefits to the non-union workers. This is not the first time that Station Casinos has discriminated against its employees based on their union status. In 2016, workers at Boulder Station voted to unionize, and the night the ballots were counted, we learned that those workers would be subject to company discrimination. What happened was Boulder Station's workers' health plan costs were kept at one level while other Station Casinos employees' health plan costs were reduced. How could they do that to families? And why would they subject employees to unequal treatment? The following year, Station Casinos agreed to a settlement related to this matter at Boulder Station. Part of the settlement saw the company agree to the federal government calculating the price tag of Station Casinos discrimination. Station Casinos paid just over $216,000 to make Boulder Station workers whole by providing them with the same reduction in health plan premiums that were granted to employees at its other facilities. The company paid Boulder Station workers for the difference in payments between the higher Boulder Station health plan rate and the lower amount paid by employees at other company properties. Station Casinos' discrimination against Boulder Station cost those workers avoidable hardship. The company eventually did pay for what they did. Now, Station Casinos is again discriminating against workers at Sunset Station, Green Valley Ranch, and Red Rock Casino. And we ask you to tell them to stop this discrimination and grant benefits to workers on an equal basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment? Let's go to Carson City. Is anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? Seeing none, I'm going to take a couple minutes of public comment myself. And what I'd like to talk about this morning is the legislative session that just semi-concluded. We know there may be a special session, but the primary work is done. And I wanted to thank all the legislators as well as executive branch, particularly Governor Lombardo, for all the hard work. Myself and Deputy Chief Nathan Riggle were up there for the last week of the legislative session on a couple of matters, and I'll go through them briefly. First off, Senate Bill 14 was enrolled and sent to the governor last Friday. That bill has several sections that will allow the board and commission's work to be done more efficiently. Some of the highlights of SB 14 include allowing the board chair now to administratively approve certain representatives of a licensee to temporarily engage in gaming activities if the licensee has died or been declared disabled. This is very important. For those of you who follow the board, you will see a lot of times, it's usually a small licensee that ends up something happening and they didn't have estate planning in place, and then they have to come in front of the board, not realizing they have 30 days to ask for permission to keep that licensed establishment going. And so it's always very difficult for the board and commission to have them in front of us. At the same time, we're extending our condolences on the loss of a very important family member, but we're also saying to them, you're actually in a disciplinary situation. So this will streamline that process. I'm very glad the legislature allowed for that. Section 1.5 amends and updates the definition of gaming employee, which is always important because that's changing between sessions. Section 2 amends and streamlines provisions for delinquent debt collection. As you would probably guess, the Gaming Control Board collects all but a very, very minuscule amount of debt. So by the time that debt isn't collected, we're talking about possibly hundreds or only a couple of thousands of dollars. It ends up going through a very long process in order to just write off a couple $1,000s. So that streamlines that process. Section 5 amends and conforms provisions relating to how district courts can handle judicial review of certain final actions of the commission. Similarly, Section 6 amends and conforms provisions relating to district courts hearing declaratory judgment actions. That just clarifies some things that were not straightened out in the statute. Section 7 provides that an authorized person to receive share of revenue from slot machines is liable for their proportionate share of those license fees, which seems very common sense, but the statute needed to be updated. Section 8 clarifies provisions regarding when credit may be granted for prepaid license fees at licensed continuing operations, which is something that also needed to be cleared up. Section 9.1 amends the sections relating to hosting centers to allow the commission to adopt regulations that define the power and authority of the board and commission over hosting centers provisions and premises. Similarly, Section 9.3 does the same thing for interactive gaming service providers and other service providers. In essence, what that means is that now the board and commission will be able to modernize what's going on in the industry. As you all know, technology is moving very fast. The board needs to be able to keep up. This relates to hosting centers and cloud computing centers. So very good now that the board can keep up with technology in modern times. Additionally, I'd like to refer to Senate Bill 266. That was a bill not proposed by the Gaming Control Board, but it was signed by the legislature on Monday night, approved by the legislature on Monday night. And of significance to all operators and manufacturers is that SB 266 will streamline some of the decades-old requirements regarding foreign gaming. So that applies to both operators and manufacturers and will modernize the fact that we don't have to kill as many trees and send in a lot of reports that are completely unnecessary. So I believe the industry will be very happy with that update. Again, I want to thank Nathan Riggle for spending a week in Carson City to ensure that the board's one-shot bill got approved. What that bill was SB 490. It provided $1.7 million for essential hardware and software for the board, and also allocated $8 million for the opportunity to also request an additional $5.5 million from the Interim Finance Committee to update the board's backbone computer system, a computer system that was actually started back in 1981, and as you would expect, is long past its retirement age. That system is useful for every division of the Gaming Control Board as well as the Gaming Commission. And without it, we wouldn't be able to effectively regulate the industry or collect the approximately $1 billion in taxes and fees annually. So we thank the legislature for allowing that funding and allowing our board agents to do their invaluable work. One of the things I promised when I took this job is I said that I would do everything I can to allow the board agents to effectively do their work. And that includes obviously a computer system that's not over 40 years old. So we need that system. And it's now going to be moved over to what's called Systems and Gaming Enterprise, SAGE. That process has been started over the last since 2014 to today. So we're 9 years in, and now this money appropriated by the legislature will allow us to modernize our systems and get off what was called an old blue screen. As you can imagine, if the board's using a computer that's over 40 years old, we're not effectively able to streamline our process and do the work that you need as efficiently and as effectively and as fast as possible. So this system will help. Briefly, I want to thank a lot of people that helped on all of these bills, and that includes Me personally thanking Gaming Commission Chair Togliatti, of course, my two fellow board members here, Deputy Chief Riggle, Technology Division Chief Barbie, my executive assistant Claudia Rosalind, who had to change my room and my flight, I think, on a daily basis as we sat around and waited on the legislature to call these bills, and then everyone else on a list that's far too long to name them individually. Finally, I want to thank Jose Torres for getting the commission's bill across the goal line so that the commission can have some funding that was taken back during previous cutbacks, and that allows the commission necessary funds that they need. So again, thank you all for the legislative process. Thank the legislators, thank the LCB and the governor's GFO office. Everyone was very helpful, and we hope that the session concludes very soon. With that, I will close the public comments section. And Madam Secretary, I do have one note for the record regarding the agenda. Restricted item number 1 has been removed from the agenda and will not be heard today. Madam Secretary, that brings us then to our agenda for the prior month's dispositions. If you would read those.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board dispositions for May 2023, the special meeting held on May 11th, 2023, and the special meeting held on May 17th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Myself and the fellow board members have all had the opportunity to review the dispositions. Would either of my colleagues care to make a motion?
I will make that motion. I move for approval of the control board's dispositions for May 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Bringing us now to our non-restricted agenda, Madam Secretary, let's please read into the record non-restricted item number 1.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of agricultural district number 13 for awarding of race dates for August 18th through August 20th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And appearing by Zoom, I believe we have Deputy Chief of Enforcement Russ Neal, as well as Enforcement Agent Andrew Olson. If one of you gentlemen would want to take this item number 1 and explain to us what's going on with the horse racing, we would greatly appreciate it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members. Again, Russ Neal, Deputy Chief, Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division. I oversee the 3 Northern Nevada offices. We also have Agent Andrew Olson out of the Elko office, who has prepared the investigative reports for the Ag District 13, as well as the agenda item number 2, which we'll get to, I'm sure, for Elko County, looking for race dates. So with that, I'll let Andrew Olson go ahead and summarize his investigation.
Good morning, everyone. As far as this investigation goes, it was for Ag District 13. In 2022, the Agricultural District requested and hosted 3 days of live horse racing in Ely. There was a sufficient number of horses on the grounds to offer 22 races, a slight increase from the prior year of racing in 2021, when the association hosted 19 contests. For 2023, they anticipate again requesting a 3-day race with 22 races tentatively scheduled. I completed an interview with Race Committee Chairwoman Marietta Henry on Friday, April 28, 2023, concerning the results of the 2022 event and their tentative schedule for 2023. According to Henry, their 2022 race meet was a huge success with a significant increase in racing handle from the prior racing meet in 2021. The parimutuel handle for 2022 race meet in Ely totaled $105,677 subsequent to 22 races. The parimutuel handle for 2021 meet totaled $94,628 after 19 races, an increase of approximately $10,000. They're anticipating a distribution of approximately $24,807, similar to last year's projections, to assist with the purse money for the races. As a result of that funding and also local sponsorships, they're anticipating a bottom purse between $4,500 and $6,000. According to Ms. Henry, there are going to be improvements made to the facility, specifically 2 video cameras that were requested to be either worked on or replaced by our state steward, Doug Ray. The 2 cameras that are going to be replaced are over near the paddock area where the horses are brought out, and also near the parimutuel windows. This will assist in keeping the races going in a fluid manner and being able to watch the betting windows. White Pine County Sheriff's Office will be out there again overseeing the races and assisting us. We'll have Tony Harris with Intermountain Totalizer out working for us again, as well as Kevin Robinson overseeing the parimutuel windows. Josie Stabers with Trueform will be retained to provide past performance results and program information. And she will also assist Steve Debrescu and race committee member Brian Godon to oversee entries and draws. And as mentioned earlier, State Steward Doug Ray will return this year to oversee the races. Last year we had a good race meet out there. There were no violations, no incidents, no issues. The only thing that we had that turned out not to be an issue, but we overcame it, was we had a little inclement weather. We were able to clear up the track and get the last 2 races completed without any issues, which was great. We had Wyatt Witchell, our state veterinarian, was out there last year, and he will be with us again this year. And we had no drug violations of any kind last year for White Pine County. So in summary, great race meet last year, and we anticipate another great race meet this year.
Very good. Thank you, Agent Olson. Any questions from board members?
None by me. Thank you. It's pretty straightforward. Excellent presentation. I do appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
I don't have any questions or concerns. I just say that the lack of issues last year is probably a testament to the hard work of the organizers and everybody helping to run the show, our agents and the other police officers that are out there. So good luck this year, and hopefully the weather is not too bad.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, then this non-restricted item number 1 is ready for a motion.
I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendry?
Aye. The motion passes. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 2. Agent Olson, would you like to give us a brief summary on Elko?
I
Yes.
need to read that one in as well.
Go ahead, read it in the record.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of the Elko County Fair Board for awarding of race dates from August 25th through September 4th, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Agent Olson.
Yes, sir. This is going to be for 6 race dates for the dates specified. On April 27th, 2023, I interviewed Administrative Assistant JJ Jennifer Romich of the Elko County Fair Board regarding the results of the 2022 race meet, as well as any updates to the facilities for this year and any changes to this year. According to Romich, the 2022 Elko County Fair and horse races were a great success with a significant increase in the racing handle, as well as 4 additional races when compared to the prior year in 2021. According to attendance reports provided by the Fair Board, approximately 19,000 enthusiasts were there for the 2022 horse races in Elko County Fair. Parimutuel handle for 2022 race meet was $273,593 subsequent to 49 races. The parimutuel handle for the 2021 meet totaled $235,145, an increase of approximately $38,000. Romich also provided a copy of the profit and loss statement for the 2022 Fair Board's general fund. The statement documented a $132,541 net income resulting from the 2022 Elko County Fair's activities. This was a slight increase of approximately $2,000 when compared to the prior year. The Fair Board is anticipating a total of $58,000 worth of distributions, as well as the sponsorship money to assist in the purse money for the races this year. And that's based on projections from years past. As a result of the funding, the Fair Board anticipates offering a minimum bottom purse of approximately $5,000 that will be adjusted accordingly based on the number of entries per race. The Elko Intermountain Quarter Horse Futurity and Derby will feature an estimated purse of $20,000 and $25,000 each. The Elko County Fair Board will also partner with Ag District 13 in Ely to host a thoroughbred allowance race. The Ag District will provide $6,000 in purse money for the trials to be run in Ely. And the Elko County Fair Board will provide $10,000 worth of money for the purses for the finals to be completed in Elko over Labor Day weekend. We will also be hosting the Blackjack Challenge again this year, which involves the single most exciting race day of the year for spectators. It will be held as the last race on the last day of the meet. It is open to several local syndicates who each purchase or lease horses specifically to compete against each other. The initial intent of the local syndicates was to receive interest in local horse racing, and the Blackjack Challenge has proven very successful in doing that. The Elko County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Elko Police Department, will be on the grounds 24 hours a day to oversee the security of the races as well as the fair itself. The Fair Board will be bringing back Terry Crystal as their racing secretary again this year. Tony Harris will return for Intermountain Totalizer, just as he did in Ely. Miss Yolanda Duran will be overseeing operations of our pari-mutuel windows. And Jim Meeks and George Clubb will be returning as association stewards in Elko. Doug Ray will also be overseeing the races as state steward in Elko as well as Ely. And according to Ray, everything went well last year. We had no major issues regarding accidents or injuries on the track.
Very good.
Yes, absolutely. We like those years. And then Dr. Wyatt Winchell will be there as our state vet again for Elko as well. And Mr. Winchell took a total of 57 blood and urine samples last year. And that included all winners and a random drug test each day. We did have some violations in Elko. I will do my best to summarize these pretty quickly. So out of the 6 violations, our first violation was for an ineligible entry of a horse. One of our trainers entered a horse that was deceased from another track to make a race go. And that is prohibited by regulation 30.435, entering of ineligible or disqualified horse and other fraudulent practices, making of bets for jockeys. So
we had on all of those. Excuse me, Agent. We had on all those, though, there was disciplinary matters and they were all handled at the appropriate time, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Did you have anything else on that?
No, sir, not on that particular one. Would you like me to continue with the rest or sum it up?
I think we're good. Go ahead. You can conclude.
Yes, sir. So overall, other than those violations, there were four medication violations and one other violation that was of minor concern. Other than that, the races went well, and we anticipate a good race meet as well this year.
Very good. Thank you again for the presentation, Agent Olson. Are there questions from board members?
None by me. Thank you, Chairman.
None for me either, but good luck with the race again this year.
Thank you, ma'am.
And for me, this is a great tradition, both in Ely and Elko for the state of Nevada, and I'm sure an economic boon for those local communities. So we certainly support that, and glad to have the Game Control Board there working with both of those cities to make this a great couple of weekends in our important counties to this state. So thank you for the help. Good luck with the races. And this item is ready for a motion.
Chair, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 3, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Thomas Kraft, Rizard Presh, and Birgit Wimmer for finding of suitability as a member and or managing director as noted on the agenda.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Nevada Gaming Control Board, Madam Secretary. My name for the records is Sabine Stoppel. I'm head of regulatory affairs for the Novomatic Group. With me today is Bridget Wimmer, Thomas Graff, and Richard Presh. Also present via Zoom is our legal counsel who is representing Novomatic AG in the ongoing investigations, and later on he will give a detailed overview on the status of this investigation and also on the discontinued investigation recently. A waiver for appearance was filed for the ultimate beneficial owner, Johann Graf, and was thankfully granted. He very much regrets that he cannot be here today. I also wanted to mention that we are not native speaking English, so should there be any language barriers, please excuse, especially when it comes to questions for Mr. Richard Presh. With your permission, I would translate.
Thank you.
And also with your permission, I would like to give a brief overview on item number 3.
Please.
Novo Invest is the ultimate controlling entity of the Novomatic Group. Until August 2021, Johann Graf was the sole shareholder in Novo Invest GmbH, and as part of his succession plan, he transferred a portion totaling of 25% to his 2 sons, Thomas and Patrick, and to long-standing managers, Bridget Wimmer and Richard Presh. This share transfer on the level of Novo Invest from Johann Graf to Bridget Wimmer, Richard Presh, and Thomas Graf was approved during the June 2021 meetings. And the commission limited the licensure of the 3 applicants to June 2023 because of the ongoing investigations in Austria. Also, per disposition of commission, Novomatic files monthly update reports to the board. And since the June meetings, there is no significant developments in relation to Novomatic AG in this. And we are here today to respectfully request the continued licensure for Mrs. Wimmer, Richard Presh, and Thomas Graf.
Conclude your affirmative presentation.
That concludes your affirmative presentation this morning?
Yes.
Yes. All right.
You are very welcome.
Very good. Are there questions from board members?
None by me. Thank you. It's pretty clear from Agent Smith that there are no areas of concern. So I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Yes, could you please, I don't know if you want to do it or if the outside attorney would like
Outside
to
attorney,
provide the
yes.
updates with regard to the tax issues and the
Yes.
bribery issues.
Mr. Royker, yeah.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can hear you, and good morning from Austria to all members of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. My name is Michael Roecker. I'm practicing law in Austria, and as Sabine Stoppel said, I'm legal counsel to Novomatic AG in the Austrian criminal proceedings. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to briefly report on the main developments that we had in the criminal proceedings since the last hearing that we had a year ago. To give you an overview up front, before commenting on the individual proceedings, let me remark that in the given context, there are only 3 separate proceedings left that can be reported on. All other proceedings in which Novomatic was a suspect have been fully closed in the meantime, as the allegations all turned out to have no substance. So currently, we are only dealing with 2 proceedings, and one of which, the third one, has been closed during the last year. So I will report on that firstly, because it also turned out that there is no substance in the allegations. So proceeding number 1, we call it the gambling tax proceeding. The file number in Austria, just for the file, is 17 ST7/20C. This proceeding goes back to an anonymous criminal complaint filed against Novomatic in March 2020. And this complaint said that Novomatic shall have committed tax evasion. On the basis of this criminal complaint, the public prosecutor started investigations in 2020, especially by asking Novomatic to disclose information on the matter and give explanations on various facts. As Novomatic always does, we fully cooperated with the prosecutor, and in December 2022, so a half a year ago, the competent tax authority said in its final report that no tax evasion took place. So as a consequence, the public prosecutor fully closed this file in March 2023. So this file is, let's say, history and fully closed. The second one, that's the one that we call the donation proceeding. The file number is 17ST16/20Y. Here, the prosecutor started proceedings in June 2020. In that proceeding, you can regularly find comments on that in our status report. It is investigated whether in the course of donations made by Professor Johann Graf, duties of notification or disclosure under tax law could have been violated, and whether as a consequence of this, a reduction in income tax was effected. In that proceeding, we have more than 30 individuals as suspects which received those donations. And the public prosecutor has to investigate every single case because individual circumstances could matter. So this proceeding is rather lengthy and a lot of investigations are being carried out. So far, the public prosecutor came to a conclusion pertaining to 4 individuals, and it turned out that the allegations here have no substance and the file for those 4 individuals have been closed. For the rest of the individuals, the proceedings are still ongoing, but there is no indictment and of course no convictions for any of them. And the investigations are still in the first stage of the Austrian criminal proceeding, which means that the public prosecutor is running the investigation and it is not a court proceeding yet. Third and lastly, the so-called Ibiza proceeding, file number 17ST5/19D. We also regularly comment on that proceeding in our status report. That's the, let's say, very large proceeding where not only allegations against Novomatic are investigated, but also against dozens of individuals that in most cases are completely unrelated to Novomatic. So it's a kind of bundle proceeding. It has a political background that is not related to us. So it's a very large proceeding, and that's one of the reasons why it takes quite long. In that proceeding, the main suspect, his name is Thomas Schmidt. In June 2022, so a year ago, offered to the public prosecutor to cooperate with the public prosecutor as a key witness or principal witness. I'm not sure what the correct term in English is, like a witness to the Crown who is offering cooperation to get some kind of relief. That was a new development which did not a lot relate to us, but of course he also commented on allegations against Novomatic. And in this proceeding, the allegations against Novomatic are also still under investigation. It seems, but this is only an assumption, that after now 4 years of investigation, the public prosecutor might come to a conclusion during the next month. But there is no binding or formal decision by the public prosecutor. That's just, let's say, a feeling that I have from the file that investigations could finalize maybe this year. I don't know, or maybe they take even longer. So then we will see how the proceeding goes on. Again, in this proceeding, it's still in the investigation phase by the public prosecutor. It's not a court proceeding yet. There are no indictments against Novomatic or anything that Novomatic is involved in, no convictions. Yeah, that would complete my report. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any in addition.
Thank you for that, Mr. Roger. That's a very good update on all three of the matters. Very succinct. Appreciate that. Did any of the board members have questions for Mr. Roger?
Yes. Could you clarify for the record whether any of the individuals who are applicants today are implicated in the either open or closed investigations?
Yes, they are as having received donations. So they are suspects in the donation proceeding. They are not suspects in the first gambling tax proceeding because this is completely over.
Okay. You said that there were additional investigations that have been closed. Could you identify those? You spoke to 3 investigations. What other investigations have closed?
But they have closed earlier than during the last year. They were right at the beginning 4 years ago. Some allegations that could also have been investigated in the third proceeding that I mentioned were in a separate file number. That is, let's say, a formality. One could have added it to the third proceeding. And allegations there against Novomatic have already turned out to have no substance. So this proceeding against Novomatic has already been closed. Also, there were 2 very small proceedings where it was not even clear whether Novomatic was a suspect because they were closed so quickly that, or at a so early stage that there was no formal, let's say, notification as a suspect to Novomatic.
Okay, thank you for that, Babe.
Following up on Member Watkins' question, you mentioned the donation case and the 3 applicants we have before us today. Are you talking about the investigation that you said is still in its initial phase, or are you talking about the gift donation matter that's a tax situation?
It's the donation case, and this case is still in the initial stage where the public prosecutor is running investigations, but it is not a court proceeding yet.
And the matter regarding potential gift tax analysis, are the 3 individuals on this item involved in that as well?
Yes. Let me just open, because I cannot individually see. It's Birgit Wimmer and
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Presch.
They are
yes,
only involved in the gift investigations.
only
So
involved in the
solely-
gift proceeding. Yes.
That's what I was trying to figure out. So let's go in order here. So the one had to do with the gambling tax situation that has been completely closed, doesn't involve these individuals. The second was the government investigation, including a lot of people outside of Novomatic. Are the 3 individuals here today involved in that situation?
Birgit Wimmer and Richard Presch are, yes.
Gotcha. As your position with Novomatic, correct?
Well, the donation proceeding actually is mainly between the individuals. It says that Professor Johann Graf gave donations to other individuals, and the tax authorities have not been not all facts have been fully disclosed to the tax authority, and therefore there could be a kind of tax evasion. Novomatic AG is involved because if you follow that tax arguments, Novomatic should have paid tax to the authorities. That's a rather tricky tax question. If a third party pays wages to an employee, then the company would have to deduct income tax. And if one
Understood.
says that the donation is not a real donation, but it is part of the income of the employee or individual employed by the company, then the company would have to involve. Our standpoint
Understood.
is, that it is a real donation, and that therefore it had nothing to do with the wages or the income that the individual receives from the company, and therefore the company is not involved in the tax treatment of these payments.
Understood. Let me try again. This is my fault. So we got number one, we'll call that the gambling tax situation. That's totally discontinued. There's no further investigation. Number
Exactly.
two, and I'm going to use the wrong term here, but I'm going to call this the investigation by the prosecutor for public corruption allegations. And then number three, I'm going to refer to as the donation tax issue. Number two, speaking specifically about the alleged public corruption situation, are any of the three individuals here today, are there any allegations about them on that matter, whether they're in their position in Novo or any personal capacity? Number two.
In number two, they are not involved as suspects. My order was different. You now
yes, that's my fault. Understood.
Swap 2 and 3. So
yes.
In number one, that was the gambling tax issue. No individual that is present today was involved. In number two of your order, which is the corruption investigation, none of the current individuals that are currently present was involved. And in number three, the tax, the donation proceeding, Birgit Wimmer and Richard Bresch are involved.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation. Other questions for Mr. Roger?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So could you summarize Mr. Graff's best argument?
The best argument is that he is a very generous person, that he had the luck that he could, let's say, by way of being very successful, gain a good income, and was willing to give donations to individuals that are near to him, by what way ever. They were relatives, they were individuals accompanying him through his life. So it was really just a very generous way to give donations to people that are near to you. That's, I would say, the main argument. And with 4 individuals, the public prosecutor already acknowledged that and said, okay, we have investigated the facts. We see that the circumstances, the relationship between these individuals show that there is a real will to give generous donations. And if that is the reason, then there is no tax problem. And that's why he closed the file.
And just to summarize, this has been a 4-year-long investigation, with the exception of the one case that's still pending, all allegations and charges by an unnamed, I believe you said on one of the investigations, a unnamed source or an allegation from someone who's anonymous. All those charges have been unsubstantiated. Is that correct?
So all allegations that have been, where the public prosecutor came to a conclusion, the conclusion was that there is no substance and the file was closed.
Great.
So there
Thank
is
you very much.
no. Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. So there is no conclusion so far that allegations are true. So everything that has finally been decided, it ended up good.
Thank you.
All right, let's go through the 3 individuals. First of all, thank you for being here today. We understood that you were here a couple of years ago. We've all read the transcripts from those meetings and understand the limitation, but would like you to briefly step to the microphone, introduce yourself, and we'll create a record for you being here today. Would you like to start, Ms. Wimmer?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Please tell us a little bit about what your role is with, and I know there's several roles you have,
Yeah.
but specifically with regard to this particular application and your gaming responsibilities.
Yeah. There are two top holding companies. One is based in Austria. There are 90% of the shares of Novomatic. The stake included 100% of Park Invest. Park Invest is a Solely company for the business purposes is land and property development and management in commercial buildings, in warehousing, in business offices, and also in lands. And we keep there as well a 100% subsidiary like Novo Equity. Novo Equity is a startup company which is not in our core business like gaming technology and gaming operation, little startups in investigations. And I'm a chairwoman from the Novo Swiss Top Holding Company. It's based in Zurich with various business purposes like gaming technology, gaming operation, and also property investment management. Yeah, we have there around about a turnover of 700 million. Of course, we covered or we suffered as well with COVID with the last 2 years. And these are my main position. I have also some positions under the subsidiaries, and I'm with the group since 10 years.
Very good. Thank you.
I'm personally also with the donation involved in this issue, but we are very cooperative. And also, let's add as well, these are tax-paid dividends from Professor Graf, which he transferred with the sources to us, to a small group of people.
Yeah, on that, let me ask you or Mr. Roger, is the investigation have only to do with the person who made the donation, Mr. Graf, or is it also an investigation to the person like you who would receive the donation? Is it both or just the person giving the money? Mr. Roger?
Both.
It's both, yes.
It would create a tax liability potentially to both people, the sendor and the receiver.
No.
No, it wouldn't trigger a tax liability on both sides, but if it triggers a liability or a tax evasion on the side of the one who received the donation, the one who donates and knows about that could be seen as somebody who contributed to this offense. So that's the reason why the donator is also a suspect in the proceeding.
Understood. Our gift tax laws here in the United States are a little different because they're taxed. So it's a very simple following for our Internal Revenue Service to track. If you give a donation over a certain amount, it's taxable. And I understand that your laws in your particular country are different. So I appreciate that.
Sure, can I ask? But we meanwhile, if I could add something,
please.
We had an investigation on the tax and wages for the whole group, and also for Novo Invest and certain subsidiaries for Novomatic. It's already clear that there will be no tax and wages additionally in tax for these donations. It's proved already. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Member Watkins.
May I add one thing to understand what the tax issue is? In Austria, we don't have a donation tax since a couple of years. So if you donate freely, there is no tax. And in our case, the donations were made by way of a notarial deed, and they were notified and also notified to the tax authorities. So it was very transparent. The allegation is that it is not really a donation, but a hidden payment for workforce. That's the allegation. So it's not saying you didn't notify a donation or you didn't pay the donation tax because we don't have it, but you have to go a long way to find an argument why this could be taxable. So it's a rather long legal way to say why this could be taxable and why this could be a criminal offense.
Yeah, thank you for that explanation, Mr. Roger. Our files, investigative file, do explain that it was very well documented, and as a tax collection agency, that was very important for me personally to read through there, is that each one of these donations was very well documented. So thank you. Member Watkins, you have a question?
Yeah, I think this question is for Mr. Roger. This is with regard to something you said earlier, and I just wanted to clarify. You noted that there were, with regard to 4 individuals, the donation investigation had closed. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But none of those 4 individuals are the individual applicants of today?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wimmer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Presh? Good morning.
Good morning.
Please just give us a little bit about what your role is with the company.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
We'll translate.
Yeah. Just stand close to the microphone when you speak.
Also, ich bin geboren 31.07.1950 in Holland und dort habe auch studiert und ab 1980 habe ich gearbeitet. Das ist Beginn der Firma, 43 Jahre lang bei der Firma Novomatic. Ab 1990.
So he was born in Poland and raised in Poland and studied in Poland and started at Novomatic already right from the beginning in 1980.
So 43 Jahre bin ich zusammen in der
Since
Firma.
43 years he's with the company and with Mr. Graf.
Arbeite sehr eng mit.
And he's very close, of course, to the owner, Mr. Graf.
Ab 1990 bin ich im Management Board.
Since 1990, he joined the management board of the Novomatic AG.
Von Beginn war ich eigentlich zuständig für Produktion in den ersten Jahren.
At the
Die habe ich
beginning, in the
aufgebaut.
first years, he was responsible for production and has established the production with the group.
Und dann ab 1990 aber erweitert, die Aufgaben wurden bei mir erweitert und das ist die unter anderem heute die Operations, die Entwicklung, die Immobilien und
And when
Logistik.
when he took over the management function, he also since that he is responsible for all the international operations, production, purchasing,
Logistik.
R&D, logistics,
Immobilien.
and real estate.
Gut, dann bin ich auch zusammen mit Frau Wimmer in dem Management von Novo Invest seit eigentlich 2012.
In addition to that, he is together with Mrs. Wimmer, managing board of the ultimate controlling entity Novo Invest GmbH.
Und bei Novo Swiss auch mit.
And also together with Mrs. Wimmer at the holding company based in Switzerland, Novo Swiss AG.
Sonst
So this is
mein
basically, the role
Basic.
of Mr. Bresch.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for being here today. Thank you. Questions from board members for Mr. Presh?
Thank you, Chairman. I have no questions for Mr. Fresh.
Thank you. I don't have any questions either.
Thank you. Mr. Graf, please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your role with the company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you and answer any questions that you might have. As you don't know me in person, it's the first time that I meet you here today, and I would like to give you a brief introduction. I'm an Austrian citizen born in Mödling, near Vienna. I have been with the company for more than 20 years in various management positions. I have a master's degree in economics from the University of Vienna, and I studied in various capacities and roles within the company involving areas of marketing, research, but also sports betting. And more recently, my engagement is with the interactive division of the Novomatic Group. That's a company called GreenTube. And I hold the position as director since 2011. and that's my main task. Before I have been CTO for the Novomatic Group, so always been involved in the development of products, and more recently the interactive side of the business and growing that area, both from a strategically and also from a growth perspective.
Very good. Thank you and welcome again. Questions from board members for Mr. Graff?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Thank you for that presentation, and welcome to Las Vegas. I know you had a long flight. I hope you enjoy some of the accommodations and amenities that we have here. Enjoy the Vegas hospitality. We have some fabulous restaurants with world-renowned chefs. I hope you get to partake. I know when I was in Vienna, I had a wonderful time. The people were very hospitable, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you very much, and I'm always happy to be here and also meet friends that I have made in the meantime here in Las Vegas.
Very good. Member Watkins?
Thank you for your presentations. I don't have any further questions.
All righty, thank you. Any other questions regarding the entity or these three applicants for suitability from board members?
No, sir.
None by me. Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Stoppel, did you have anything else you want to add?
I just wanted to thank the special agents Bartholomew and Smith for their highly professional and hard work with the applications. And I had the pleasure to put them on several applications since 2017. It's always a great experience.
Thank you. And on behalf of the agents, I want to let you know that they were very complimentary for your work and your cooperation, all of you in general, and you, Ms. Stoppel, for not being a U.S. citizen or a Nevada resident. Very impressed with your ability to follow our laws and your compliance efforts, and understood that none of this application had any issues with regard to compliance or cooperation. So thank you all for that. Understand that you all three had these 2-year limited licenses, which from my reading of the transcript and the history had to do with these ongoing investigations, gave the board and commission 2 years to see if anything happened. And in particular, as Mr. Roger went through with us, nothing has happened. So personally, I don't feel that there's a need to limit these any longer. I understood that there was a question about timing of notifying the board and commission when the initial investigation began. And I'm sure all of you are aware that as soon as you learn about something, negative or positive, the Gaming Control Board agents want to learn about it. And I would add, obviously, the disclaimer that although I will be voting for this today, your recommendation to the commission, certainly if something happens, you understand that you'll be back in front of the board and the commission. I'm not in any way stating that any of the allegations are true. That has nothing to do with this board and commission, but of course we will be following any updates or the status of them. So I appreciate that. And with that, I would entertain a motion for non-restricted item number 3.
Chair, can I just add that I'm comfortable with moving forward without a limitation, given the condition and requirement for monthly, is it monthly or monthly reporting, in addition to our ability to call you forward if something should happen. Again, I'm completely comfortable voting in favor of this without a limitation.
That's a good point, Member Watkins, and I believe you were informed by the board's applicant services that we may need to update the order, primary order of the main company regarding just some updates to it, and the fact that I believe there was a condition placed on Ms. Wimmer's suitability with regarding the 30-day reporting and status update on all these matters. I don't believe that needs to be specifically on Ms. Wimmer's application, so that won't have that condition, but we will put that in the order at the appropriate time. And I think you all understand that you have an obligation as involved in the Nevada gaming regulatory system, that you all have a responsibility, whether it be 30 days or any day. If something comes up, as I said, good news or bad news, we love hearing good news, but we need to hear bad news as soon as possible. And so with that, Member Watkins, I'd entertain a motion.
All right. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that brings us to restricted item number 4, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Novo Invest GmbH for a transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of JFG Privatstiftung for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Johann Friedrich Graf as a controlling person and beneficiary. Lastly, you have the application of JFG Privatstiftung as a member as noted on the agenda.
Very good. Please state your appearance again for the record.
My name is Sabine Stoppel again for the records, Head of Regulatory Affairs for the Novomatic Group. A waiver for Johann Graf was filed and thankfully granted. Thank you very much for that. A brief overview on this agenda item. Again, Novo Invest, the ultimate controlling entity of the Novomatic Group, in which Johann Graf now directly holds 75.1%. And as part of Johann Graf's succession plan, he established a private foundation, JFG, in November 2022 for the purpose of estate planning. Specifically, he intends to contribute his 75.1% to his private foundation, JFG. And we are here to respectfully request the approval for this transfer of interest.
Thank you, Ms. Stoppel. Are there questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. I have no questions. Special Agent Bartholomew did an excellent job. We were briefed on this yesterday in our rump session, and I'm good to go. Thank you.
I don't have any questions with regard to this item either. Thank you.
And certainly, I want to comment on Mr. Graf's background and his experience and reputation in the industry is very well noted. Long history in the gaming industry as well as all the other industries that you're involved in. So appreciate that. Understanding that this is some estate planning, have no issue with the item itself. I want to congratulate all of you on the business that you've built and understanding that Mr. Graf is now asking for this application to pass it on to a foundation and for estate planning purposes. I have no issue with that. I do need to ask Chief Hoffman, is this an item that we need to change something on for an order on this item, or is it something that we can handle in a future meeting?
It's both. This large transfer interest be captured in the amendment to order that can be handled in a future meeting.
Good. Do we need to make a separate notation for the record regarding this application for a transfer of interest, application for registration, or application of finding a suitability of the new foundation entity as a member? Or can we handle all of that in a separate meeting and handle these agenda items today without having to deal with the order?
Everything on the agenda can be handled today, and the order will simply capture what's being done today. We're allowed to have a bit of a lag getting these orders up.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation, Chief Hoffman. Ms. Stoppel, do you understand that we'll be bringing you back, and we certainly won't need the 3 individuals who are here today to fly back to Las Vegas, and it's possible that Ms. Stoppel, we will not even need you to fly back. We'll determine that, but of course, I'm sure you'll cooperate with our agents as we work through amending the order.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. Thank you. If there's no other questions from board members, I would accept a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much for appearing here today and for appearing here in front of us 2 years ago. We thank you very much and we wish you the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read in non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of MGM Resorts International and Mandalay Resort Group LLC for an amendment to their orders of registration. It is also the application of Mandalay Bay LLC doing business as BetMGM, doing business at the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas Racebook and Sports Pool for licensure to operate a satellite racebook and sports pool and to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race and sports wagering.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me at the podium is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. I thought what I would do is provide sort of a general timeline overview of the history of this sportsbook location, and then we could open up for questions if that works for you.
That'd be very helpful. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis.
But first, I do want to thank Agent Lundeen, Chief Hoffman, Chief Rippey, Deputy Chief Rippey, and Supervisor Bell, who were just fantastic and sensational to work with as we navigated this in an expedited manner to get this on agenda. Really appreciate their efforts. Very professional as always. To provide a little historical context of this satellite application, as you may know, I remember Watkins was on the board at the time. In May of last year, MGM acquired the Cosmopolitan. And under terms of that agreement, when the acquisition occurred, William Hill was the satellite race and sportsbook operator at the time. And William Hill remained as the satellite licensee. But there was an end period there where it would cut over to MGM. The end period was August of 22. Due to the enhanced FTC review of the transaction, MGM was only able to do a deep and thorough review of the operating systems at the Cosmopolitan as of the time they took over the Cosmopolitan in May of 22. So in June of 22, MGM identified some systems communication issues whereby Cosmopolitan systems and the MGM systems, just for simplicity's sake, just failed to speak with one another, and they weren't able to communicate with each other effectively. So we immediately reached out to the GCB, and it was actually one of the last things before that Chief Colvin, the retired chief of audit, dealt with right before he left. We talked to him in late June, and that started the dialogue. That eventually transferred to Chief Fremont, and she took over as the chief of audit, but also Chief Langsavath, the tax and license got involved, Chief Taylor, and also Chief Barbie, because we had to deal with all these, the different divisions to get this thing, the cutover, moving forward. So upon the cutover, the book could either be designated a satellite or an outstation. There's no prohibition one way or the other. It was like, what is the designation? But by the time that the technology and audit division issues were sort of clarified in July of 22, it simply was too late to get on an agenda to get a satellite designation, before the August cutover and keep the race and sportsbook operational. So essentially, the outstation designation became the designation that we went with, and we worked with Chief Langsavath, who took the lead with it and dealing with all the other chiefs, and we achieved that. We achieved the ability to move forward, get a GCB staff approval to transition this to be an outstation to Mandalay Bay, which is the central site book for all the MGM race and sports books. So there was an understanding that there was going to need to be a resolution of these systems communication issues. And in the approval, there was this period designated called the interim solution period, which meant that there would be a need for some manual entries to be submitted to the GCB for tax and other GCB state of Nevada reporting submissions during this interim solution period. It was anticipated that the interim solution period would be resolved by April of 2023. In early 2023, the Enforcement Division reached out to MGM concerning the status of the interim solution period. Was it still anticipated to end in April of 2023? What was the current status of the systems, integration that had been moving forward? Specifically, the Enforcement Division was asking about the book wagering report, which is not a report that had been able to be successfully implemented. There would take a manual entry to successfully provide the same information that would normally be in the automated book wagering report. So they were looking to have that resolved within the interim solution period timeframe. Although MGM's had been diligently working on the integration of the communication systems, This proved to be much more involved than originally anticipated, and it was determined that a window for resolution of the system's communication problem would really be most likely late 2023 to early 2024. Due to the player rewards reset each year that MGM Rewards and the rewards program at MGM sets in February, it seemed best to target this for the first quarter of 2024. So what this really meant is that the interim solution period was not really an interim solution period any longer. And it simply wasn't practical to ask for a further extension of this interim solution period because it's not really interim. So MGM conducted a best practice review, which involved operations, compliance, and technology personnel, and determined that the best approach would be to convert this outstation to a satellite book, which it could have been originally in August of 2022, had there been time to get it on an agenda. Converting it to a satellite location now will result in the GCV reporting to be able to be done in an automated fashion, no longer needing to do manual entries. And it would then be, the GCV reporting would be consistent with the Title 31 protocol being adhered to by MGM for the Cosmopolitan at the moment. So with that, that's sort of the basic general. I can turn it over to questions, and Mr. Madama may have something to add in.
Let me try to simplify it just a bit.
Good morning, Mr. Madama.
Morning. Systems don't, we have IGT systems in both the Cosmopolitan and in MGM. MGM has an enterprise-wide system, so that system runs across all of our properties. The Cosmopolitan has an individual property system, and there are two different versions of the system. One's an enterprise system, what have you. So the Cosmopolitan casino floor does not talk to the MGM systems. And thus, when we do our reporting and what have you, which is it's all automated, it doesn't see the casino floor at the Cosmopolitan. It sees the race and sports book because we run stadium throughout our properties in Las Vegas. So our MGM enterprise system sees the stadium system, but it doesn't see the casino floor in the Cosmopolitan. So currently, for state reporting purposes, we essentially manually combine the activity in the race and sports book with the activity on the casino floor in the Cosmopolitan and do our state filings that way. With respect to the federal filings, it's combined in the enterprise because it sees the race and sports book. So what we're really doing is we're not changing the way that we're doing federal reporting, what have you. What we're doing is we're taking advantage of the fact that it can see, we can automatically generate the reports that we need on the state reporting side in a consistent fashion because of the combination, because we can see the race and sports book. So the Cosmopolitan Casino will be reported separately as part of the Cosmopolitan, the race and sports book, because it's a satellite and our systems do see it. If you approve it as a satellite, then we can do all that reporting that's manual right now. We can do it in an automated fashion. And then we're working on solutions. We're fairly confident that we have figured out the solution to get a bridge, to get these things to talk. We actually worked on a bridge in Brigada years ago, the Atlantic City property, which also needed a bridge because it had an individual system there as opposed to the enterprise system, which actually, I lose time in COVID, I really do. It was probably 2 years ago that we got the system. It will not be that many years here. So 2016 to just a couple years ago. But what works nicely is that when we put the systems together, we want to put the systems together with the least amount of friction for our customers at the Cosmopolitan, which will become MGM Rewards members, as well as for our employees, because otherwise it'll just drive them crazy. Do manual entries and that kind of thing. And the most valuable assets we have at the Cosmopolitan are our employees and customers there. So we've keyed off launching both the combining the systems as well as launching MGM Rewards for the first quarter of next year. We're confident that all the systems will work properly. We're testing them. We'll then roll out communications to our customers. Essentially, hey, you're coming over to the MGM Rewards program. And we can do that in a fashion where we're not alienating anyone. We paid a lot of money for that business. We certainly want to preserve that business.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Madamba. And I believe what you're doing also will make our agents' job easy as well. We want to make this as modern and as efficient as possible on everybody's behalf. Did you have anything else, Mr. McGinnis?
I guess I would just add to get on the record that the goal would be in the first quarter of 2024 to convert it to be an outstation location again, just so that's clearly on the record. So essentially, the satellite becomes an interim solution period of its own. I just want to get that on the record that that's what the intention is.
Do you believe that'll need to come back before the board to switch that again?
No, we wouldn't need to do that because we'd be able to just do that administrative.
Very good. Great. Thank you.
We'd love to visit.
Yeah, please come back anytime. Questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. Agent Lundin did a great job. She noted no areas of concern. I have no questions. I can remember the day when we used to handwrite sports tickets over at Churchill Downs. So this is definitely a move in the right direction to go from a outstation to a satellite. I think would be good for everybody. So thank you for that presentation.
Morning.
Can you talk a bit about the management and staffing at the sportsbook?
Sure, it really doesn't really change.
Okay.
Since we have a central site book, Mandalay Bay, operations run out of essentially Mandalay Bay. It doesn't really impact the employees, what have you.
So
in the Cosmopolitan, the employees are going to remain Cosmopolitan employees. We're not moving employees from Mandalay Bay, they're going to end up with then 2 W-2s and then moving them back next year. They could have under withholding problems and what have you. And the management, though, the senior management books sits at Mandalay Bay in any event. So nothing, really the technology changes, but for the customer experience and the employee experience, it stays the same. It's really invisible. The change that we're making is really invisible to the employees, with the exception of our exceptionally overworked financial shared services center, which will not have to do a bunch of manual processes at month end.
Okay.
I guess, Member Watkins, I would just add for the record that for the employees, we did speak with the enforcement division, and while they will remain Cosmopolitan employees, it's a process where upon the activation of the satellite license, they can reach out and get with the enforcement division and add Mandalay Bay as another location, approved location for those individuals. And that's how that can be addressed in a manner with enforcement.
We're going to cross-reference each of their registration of those 2 properties.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. And you gentlemen have seen the conditions proposed for this matter?
I have seen some conditions. I understand that the proposed audit conditions may not be applicable because I think we've successfully met those requirements already. I understand there's an enforcement division, enforcement surveillance requirement.
Correct.
The attestation letter was submitted?
Yes.
And we're working off of
draft 1 of the order dated May 23rd, 2023, and also want to recognize Deputy Chief Teggio, who does getting that finalized.
Thank you. If there's no other questions from board members, this matter is ripe for a motion.
Just to clarify, it's your understanding, Chair, that the conditions were removed, is that correct? Or the conditions we're not moving forward with?
I still have the surveillance. Chief Hoffman, are all 3 of these conditions?
We're down to just the surveillance.
Just surveillance.
The other 2 have been complied with already.
Good. All right. Yep. Thank you for that, Member Watkins.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that the surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Excuse me. I
Yes.
need to add into the motion.
Order of
Sorry.
registration.
The order of registration piece is not part of the motion.
I got it here.
I think
58th revised order of registration draft number 1 dated 5/23/23.
okay, so I will Yeah, I don't know why I don't have that. So, should I remake the motion then?
Yeah, please go ahead for the record. Here's.
Thank you. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the condition that the surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved and pursuant to the 58th revised orders of registration, draft number 1, dated May 23rd, 2023.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Madam Secretary, please read into the record non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Parkway Reno LLC doing business as Parkway Tavern for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. It is also the applications of Parkway Management LLC and Jonathan Fine for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. You also have the application of Parkway Management LLC for transfer of interest as noted on the agenda. And finally, for board consideration only, you have the application of RLS Investments LLC for registration as minority equity interest owner in Parkway Management LLC as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Jonathan Fine, and in the audience is Robert Stockham. With your permission, we'll have Jonathan talk about the location, then about himself, and then we'll have Robert Stockham come up and answer questions and tell you a little bit about himself.
Great. Thank you.
Good morning. I wrote a little statement and then we've got a presentation as well. Thank you for the opportunity first, for allowing me to address the esteemed board today as I seek an unrestricted gaming license for my operation in our home state of Nevada. It's with great enthusiasm and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you, eager to embark on my new chapter of my professional journey as a hopeful candidate for an unrestricted gaming license. As I stand before you, I'd like to reflect on the prevailing idea in our society, the belief that an entrepreneur can take an idea, start a business, and achieve success. However, the reality is that embarking on any new venture entails a learning curve for everyone. With that said, I would like to thank Dennis Gutwald for his guidance through this process, as well as agents Scott Widmar and Eric Bartholomew for their diligence and their dedication. Throughout the decades, my family's deep-rooted connection to Nevada has fostered an innate appreciation for its history, its people, and the transformative power of the gaming industry. We have witnessed firsthand the immense benefits that responsible, well-regulated gaming can bring to the communities by bolstering the economy to support vital infrastructure and education initiatives. I would like to emphasize the utmost respect for the rigorous standards and regulations set forth by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I understand the importance of upholding the integrity of the gaming industry, ensuring fairness, transparency, and most importantly, the protection of our patrons. I understand that the unrestricted gaming license is not merely a privilege, but a solemn responsibility. Recognizing that compliance is the bedrock upon which any reputable gaming operation stands, I've spared no effort in assembling a team of dedicated professionals with the extensive experience in regulatory matters. By doing so, I aim to uphold the principles that have defined Nevada's gaming industry for generations while embracing the evolving landscape of our modern times. I'm acutely aware of the importance of preserving the legacy of those who came before and ensuring Nevada's gaming industry continues to thrive on a foundation of trust and compliance. In conclusion, I humbly request your favorable consideration for unrestricted gaming license. With deep respect for Nevada's history, I'm well prepared to operate in strict adherence to the regulations set forth by the Gaming Control Board, and I'm eager to contribute to the vibrant gaming landscape of Nevada, and I'm grateful for all your time and attention today. Thank you for your careful consideration of my application, and I just have to say, go Knights, go.
Very good. Thank you.
With that, I don't know if we get into the presentation.
Yeah, please.
And is there a device to do the slideshow, or will
We able to do that, Ms. Secretary?
Just a moment.
Would you prefer to wait 5 minutes and do it on the screen, or you want us to do it off the hard copy?
I think we can do it just off the hard
You
copy.
can do it off the hard. The only thing you'll miss is the video.
Okay, can you continue to set that up while we're live, or do you need to stop the live broadcast in order to continue to? I can do it in the background. Okay, great. Well, then let's proceed, and they will set it up as we go. We'll multitask.
Okay, so the first page, which everyone doesn't have one, but the first page is an overview of the Reno City Center project. It was the old Harris property. It was sold due to the merger of El Dorado and Harris. And the owners, the new owners, were looking for, food, beverage, entertainment, outdoor excitement. And I pitched a concept and they loved it. And in phase one of our plan, it involved a small casino with 197 machines. And I can read through this, or everyone can just look at the pages. Which would you prefer?
We can read through it, but you can summarize it.
Okay.
Pardon me, we can read through it, but you can summarize it as we go.
Okay, first page talks about the potential that we see in Reno. Some of our plans to open up an area that has a problem with homelessness, unemployment, and a lot of it is due to a lot of the properties being shut down. We plan to open up two restaurants. One of them is a Parkway Tavern with a big outdoor component to it. It will be a 24-hour restaurant, and there will be some machines in the bar as our local taverns down in Las Vegas. The second restaurant is a new concept that we're also opening on Water Street called the Boulevard Grill. This will be a lunch and dinner as well as brunch on the weekends, but it will be a higher end restaurant, and there's pictures of these in the back as well. And we're looking to just reinvigorate the area. I think we're adding 144 permanent jobs, not including the construction. And that's in the first phase of the restaurants. We plan to open up more restaurants as the project fully develops and all the people move in. There's currently 280 active hotel rooms in the east tower of the project that are operating. There'll be 85 dorm rooms for the grad students and the medical students from UNR. That's a deal that was done with with my landlord and the university. And there'll be 380 luxury apartments that are directly in the project as well. So I think it'll be a total of 580, 590 total units. I'm not sure that they've fully baked out how the last 5 or 6 floors are gonna be. The second page is a brief, very brief explanation of Fine Entertainment Management, which is my company that was started in, I believe, 2004, with our first venue opening in 2006. It's got a couple pictures of some of our properties. And then, a little of the summation that I just gave on page 3 as well. about the outdoor, the events, the bringing the community together. We're not just opening a smoky casino, we're opening a place for families to come and see concerts outdoors, have an acoustic person playing the guitar while people are having a meal in the restaurants. But it's a gathering spot. The casino is a small part of the footprint that we're proposing. The next page is a timeline of different bars and restaurants that we've opened, starting in 2006 to 2023, and going into 2024. I think we have 2 or 3 more locations. I think I'll be seeing you next month and potentially the next month as well. The next page is a summary of the licenses that we're applying for, the biggest being the non-restricted gaming license. The manufacturers and distributors license are very small part of it, just on the chance that we decide to sell or change any of the machines that we have in our possession. So we're not coming back up to apply for this again if we do need to sell any of the equipment. I have a couple pages of some of the investors that are all the investors that are currently on Parkway Tavern and Parkway Reno's application, as well as one that we're hopeful will be joining us. I put together the executive team that we have, the people that will be running the food and beverage outlets, the operation overall, as well as compliance and casino management. And then the last page is a compliance committee structure. We have put together people that work with us, and we may be adding one more independent person, potentially another attorney, or that's not related, has no ownership in the company, an attorney or a CPA to oversee and sit on the committee as well. We'll be meeting every third Thursday, and we'll be taking notes and documenting all the meetings that we have. And that is my presentation. It's my full presentation. And there's a 2 or 3 minute video that if it populates, it'll give you a nice overview of what the project will look like and what we're aiming to achieve.
Thank you, Mr. Fine. Okay. While we wait on setting up the video, are there questions from board members about the application for the non-restricted gaming license?
Thank you, Chairman. Where's Reggie? I was looking forward to meeting Mr. October.
Reggie, Reggie is happy to come in if we ever need to have him. He was really quick. I don't know if everyone's probably in a hurry. When I started my first bar, it was an accident. I was an investor. I signed all the personal guarantees. I was young. I was in my 20s, and the operator did not meet his timeline, did not meet his budget, and they walked away. And I was left with phone calls of people saying, when are we going to get paid? I didn't know what people were talking about. So I was forced to jump into the food and beverage industry. I knew nothing. I bussed tables at La Salsa. I served hot dogs at Nathan's Hot Dogs, when I was in college and high school, and I never had experience operating. We sent everyone their money back with a note that said, if you cash your check in the next 30 days, you're no longer a partner. And this was non-gaming, so it was okay. But when Reggie Jackson got his check, he called me. He says, "Jonathan, are you going to lose money in this deal?" And I said, "It's pretty likely I'm going to lose money in this deal." He says, "Well, I'm a grown-up. I made an investment," and he wouldn't cash his check. He wanted to be my partner through and through. And he would actually fly into Las Vegas where he was doing some business. But when he'd fly in, he'd put on his Yankee cap and he'd stand out in front of my bar and he would hand out flyers on the strip, like all the promoters that are walking on our street annoying people. And he'd walk up and he'd put his arm around people and they, "This can't be Reggie. Come into my friend Johnny's bar. Let me buy you a beer." And He'd walk people in. So it's a funny aside about Mr. October.
That's a great story. No, thank you. That was an excellent presentation. Very, very good job. Well done. I know the area up there in Reno could really use a project like this. So I wish you all the luck in the world. Are you related to Franny, Judge Franny Fine?
Fran is my aunt.
Oh, okay.
My surrogate mother.
All right. I should probably disclose. We represented her years ago. She's very great. Please say hello to her for me.
I definitely will.
No conflict of interest. I just wanted to disclose that, and I'll be voting on this issue.
Thank you very much.
Member Watkins, questions on the application specifically regarding the non-restricted gaming license and the manufacturer and distributor license?
Could you talk about staffing a little bit?
Yes, we've hired all of our managers, general managers, casino managers, slot auditors for here because we have 8 or 9 restricted license open now, but all compliance and not all marketing, but everything is done through my Golden and Jet, the operators. So we've actually staffed up here, including people that will be taking over those roles and assisting in that. So we've hired, and I can go through the actual people that we've hired. They're on the second to last page.
No need to go through the actual people you've hired. How many people do you plan to hire?
We're going to hire about 140 more people. For opening, we'll hire 180 people, and we expect 10% not to show up on the first day. And then we're going to have, some issues with people. So we overstaff in the beginning.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And for me on this particular portion of the application, I appreciate you recognizing the big leap from restricted locations to non-restricted locations, and your presentation where you completely understand the importance of compliance for the gaming regulators. And so I was very pleased to hear that. And also, as the judge mentioned, pleased to see that you're involved in a property up in Reno that needs some attention and will greatly help that community. So that's very nice of you to jump into that endeavor. Also want to recognize Mr. Kenny Epstein, who's in the audience. And if you're following his advice and guidance from somebody who's been in the industry for so long, has a storied history in the industry and an outstanding reputation in the gaming industry, that will greatly help your operation as well.
He's been great. He's allowed me to learn from what they're doing and understand more of the complexities of what we're getting into.
Very good. Mr. Flores, are we close?
And I think the video, if you open up the PowerPoint, it automatically plays. Okay.
We can save it for the commission if necessary.
Okay.
Would you like him to talk a little bit about himself? He's been before the board a lot, or?
Yeah, I've read the record, and obviously, as you stated, Mr. Gutwald, Mr. Fine's been in front of the board and the commission many times, so I don't need that. What I would like to talk about, though, is a little bit about the applications for transfer of interest. Do either one of you want to explain a little bit on that?
Sure. 2 of the partners signed up to be partners in 3 bars. And when it got bigger and when applications kept coming in every single time, for one of them, Lawrence Britvan, I think it's Savon Investments, he just said he wants out. Find someone to buy his shares, doesn't want to fill out any more applications. He's busy moving from New York to Los Angeles, starting a new job. The other person is a longtime friend of mine who was also having some personal problems. He's going through a divorce, and he actually needed the cash. And he asked me if I'm having someone else be bought out, can I also have an offer put to him? So we had a fair offer put in front of both of them, and they wanted to get out. And also, the person that's coming up was asked in the beginning if he wanted to do this. He was also starting a company at the time, and did not want to take the additional risk and was always kicking himself. So he was happy to jump on.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Are there questions from board members regarding the applications for transfer of interest?
Thank you, Chairman. I have no questions.
Thank you. And I failed to mention earlier that I thought your presentation was very well done and it was very uplifting for me. So thank you for taking the time to put that together.
Thank you.
You've been found suitable or licensed many times before the board before. I don't have any issues or concerns.
Thank you very much.
All right, unless there's other questions from board members, Mr. Gutwald or Mr. Fine, did you have closing comments on this particular non-restricted item number 6?
No, we'll just have Mr. Stockham come up and tell you a little bit about himself. And does that sound good?
You want to do that on non-restricted 6 or? Be sure agenda here. Yes, thank you, Mr. Gutwald. Looking at my next page here. Yes, please, let's bring up Mr. Stockham. I thought it was a separate agenda item, but it's all on one agenda item, so thank you.
See that?
Yeah, it is.
Please introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about you and what you'll be doing with this project.
All right, Robert Stockham, 30-year Las Vegas resident, came to school here at UNLV, played football at the university long time ago. Only hold a couple records still, none of them are good, and played quarterback. And been in the business community now for last 25, 30 years. And Jonathan and I have been friends for a long time, their whole entire family. My family, the Wiesners, they have gaming properties in town too. That's my wife's family. So I've been around it for a long time. And Jonathan did offer this opportunity when it first came around, and I was doing other things and I didn't do it. And so when he came back this time around, I have a lot of faith in him and what he does, and I'm happy to get in and be a part of it.
Very good. Thank you for that and welcome. Questions from board members regarding the application for registration as minority equity interest owner for Mr. Stockham.
Thank you, Chairman. I read through the agenda reports. I have no questions. I'm on board with you.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Stockham. I don't have any questions or concerns.
Thank you.
Good. With that, Mr. Gutwald, do you have any closing comments, or Mr. Fine?
Just wanted to say that the agents were superb to work with. They're two of your most senior agents, Agent Bartholomew and Agent Widmar, and it was a pleasure working with them. They made it as good as it could be.
Great. And as you mentioned, Mr. Stockham, your families are obviously in the history of gaming. All of you, multiple families that create a legacy for the state of Nevada, Clark County, Northern Nevada. So on that, we welcome the chance for the continuing generations and your future generations to be involved in the industry. And thank you for your continued investment in our community and our state. So that's very much appreciated. And again, Mr. Epstein, same to you, your continued support of our community and our state. Mr. Flores, do we have the video? We should wait. Well, great presentation, Mr. Fine, and we will organize that for the commission and set up the tech with your group to be sure that you can present it to the commission. We obviously had the hard copy and really enjoyed going through that, so I look forward to seeing the video myself.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
I wanted to ask Mr. Gutwald if he was aware of the conditions and related to the internal control system, and you're okay with those.
We are very good with those.
Okay.
Yes, we're aware of them and they are acceptable.
Okay.
Thank you.
And for my own benefit, I know Madam Secretary read this in, but we're looking at the application for the non-restricted license and manufacturer distributor license, member manager license, application for the transfer of interest, and the application for registration as minority equity interest owner, all on this one non-restricted agenda item number 6. And with that, I stalled for time, a little vamping. Did we make it, Mr. Flores? Okay, good. Let's give it a shot. Okay, we're a minute and a half away.
Well, I guess I could have another question since we have a bit of time. I was just wondering, you have oversight for and responsibility for so many different projects. How do you manage your time?
It's the people I surround myself. Kenna Warner is running food and beverage and the hospitality side of everything. She opened up 61 Brio and Bravo restaurants before they went public, took them into a public company. The travel just got overwhelming after 8 years of doing that. She was actually the person that came over and helped me operate my first bar and taught me how to do that in 2006. So we had a long relationship. She was always a sounding board. She also opened up 3 locations downtown while she was working with Brio and Bravo. She was partners with Ryan Doherty, and they opened up Commonwealth and Park and a few places downtown. So she's amazing there. In other ventures, we've got just great people running things that I get to spend an hour or two a week on. The bars and the casino are my primary focus. And there's systems of checks and balances before we even looked at the compliance structure that we're setting up that was in there. So I get nice tidy reports. And hopefully I'm to the point now I get to sneak in and undercover boss people and secret shop people, because throughout the history of me operating, whether it's gaming or non-gaming, I'm in these places so much that I usually know the family members. I know if there's problems that people are facing with employees, and I think we've gotten to the point where it's so big that now it's focusing on the overarching operation as opposed to having my hands inside each one of these kitchens and restaurants. So
it is very humble of you to offer the credit to everyone else.
It is theirs. I would be stealing if I took it.
That's good to hear.
And I think, Member Watkins, you mentioned all these conditions, and you're aware of that, Mr. Gutwald, the conditions on the distributor and manufacturer license, and very good. Thank you.
We're ready.
We're ready for a show.
We are. Thumbs up. Go ahead, Mr. Flores. Great video. Glad we waited for it.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And looks like the renovations will be beautiful as well. So thank you for that. Unless there's anything else from the members or the applicants.
Nothing from us.
Thank you. We'll accept the motion then on non-restricted item number 6.
Okay, I will try to get all these conditions right, and please correct me if I'm wrong and follow along closely.
Just clarification, you're going to take 2 votes, correct? One for the registration, for the licensures applications. Sorry,
One for,
the registration should be taken separately as a separate vote
what, why?
because that would be an approval of the board versus recommendation.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you.
So-
That's why I was confused on the agenda. Correct. So you've
apologize
got non-restricted 6 on page
Okay.
7, and then separate is board consideration only for the registration. So we'll take a motion on what Madam Secretary has read in for the applications on page 7, and then I'll ask Madam Secretary to read in again the matter on top of page 8.
I don't think I have your same page numbers, but
Well, it's
so
just,
the registration as minority equity interest owner, you want to
we'll
take that
we'll
first?
take that as a separate motion.
Want to take it first or second?
Let's take it second.
All right. So this is the one with the conditions on it.
Correct.
And, okay. All right. So I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The number of slot machines is limited to 197 slot machines. The number may not be increased, and games other than slot machines may not be added without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Prior to the issuance of the state gaming license, the surveillance system must be installed, inspected, and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. A key employee application for the position of general manager must be filed within 60 days of the approval and thereafter refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Prior to the commencement of operations, an adequate written internal control system for slots that documents compliance with minimum internal control standards must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. Prior to the commencement of operations, the attestation letter regarding the internal control system must be received by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090. As to the manufacturer's license, the manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operation of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. As to the distributor's license, the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operation of the licensed location or its affiliated companies.
Good. Thank you, Member Watkins. Thank you, Member Watkins. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes. And so then we'll take separately the board action only item, which is on top of agenda page 8, application for registration as minority equity interest owner.
Okay. I move for approval of the application for registration as a minority equity interest owner, as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. That motion passes as well. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Good luck to you. Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Border Inn Casino, Inc., doing business as Border Inn Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor. You also have the application of Kang Quach for licensure as an officer, director, shareholder, and key employee.
Good morning, Mr. Light.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, members of the Gaming Control Board,
Madam Secretary, for the record, I am Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker. I'm accompanied at the podium by Kang Kwok, who is the sole owner, officer, director, and general manager of Board Inn Casino, Inc. To start, we would like to thank Senior Agent Amber Dastrop and Supervisor Bradford for their professionalism throughout the course of the investigation. They are a delight to work with. With your permission, Mr. Kwok would like to make an affirmative presentation to the Gaming Control Board. And to that end, we have provided a confidential presentation deck that you should have before you.
Yes, please. Good morning, Mr. Kwok.
Good morning. Thank you, Glenn, for the brief introduction. I'd like to also extend my gratitude to Agent Dastrup for guiding us through the investigation process. She has been a pleasure to work with. I also appreciate the board for taking the time to hear my application. A little bit about myself. I'm on page 1. I was born in Vietnam. My family was fleeing Vietnam to escape communist persecution. And as a family unit, though we didn't have much to begin with, we'd always valued a good education. And so I graduated Occidental College in 2002 with a liberal arts education. I then went to UC Berkeley, graduated in 2011 for an MBA program. I was one of 2 recipients of a full scholarship at the UC. For occupation, I started Stern Ventures, which is an investment banking practice, in 2015, focused on doing pre-IPO secondary transactions. I've done over $500 million worth of transactions in the internet and clean tech space. I have over 2 decades of experience in the technology and investment banking sector. And I have licenses that enable me to do the things I do. For example, the Chartered Financial Analyst Charterhood. I also have the FINRA Series 7, 24, 62, 63, and 79. And then I started investing in 2019 in hotels to diversify my portfolio. Some notable achievements that I've obtained include completing a 550-page book on Darwin 2.0 on the destiny of species, which addresses the idea of consciousness and its logical telos. I also interned at the United Nations, and I was a keynote speaker for a summer search event to raise $700,000 for a nonprofit program that empowers youth to confidently pursue their vision of success during and after high school. I was one of their students. So on page 2, my entry into the hospitality business. First off, the primary source of income was through my investment banking practice. And then in 2019, I decided to diversify my income stream by investing in the hospitality industry. In December 2019, I acquired Tower 64, a 54-unit motel and RV park located in Trinidad, Colorado. No one told me that COVID was going to hit in the next 3 months. So while we did suffer in the entire year of 2020, we actually managed to successfully grow the business. The business performed so well that I was able to leverage the cash flow and equity to purchase my second hospitality business, namely in Prescott, Maine. In November 2021, I acquired Prescott Inn, a 152-unit full-service hotel located in Prescott, Maine. Initially, the business performed very well due to several factors, including the Economic Recovery Act, a resurgence in post-COVID traveling, And then also I was able to increase the occupancy rate, which averaged before acquisition between 30 to 35%, all the way up to 70%. The Prescott Inn will be further discussed in greater detail later in the presentation. Given the success of Tower 64 and the Prescott Inn, I started to explore the Border Inn casino opportunity. The property was on market and shared several similarities to the other investment properties. A little bit on page 3 about the Border Inn casino. The facility consists of 29 motel rooms, 25 RV park stalls with full hookups, 32 slot machines within a casino, no tables and no credit lines, a grocery and gift shop, a cafe, bar, and also a gas station. The location is on Highway 50 and 6, right on the Nevada-Utah state line, and it's 10 minutes away from the Great Basin National Park. The target market are for travelers and vacationers, and then also for people who need to gas up their vehicles and sleep for the night. With respect to Baker, Nevada, there's about 120 something people in the Baker, Nevada area. I employ about 23 of them, 11 full-time and 12 part-time. There are 16 non-gaming employees and 7 gaming employees. The employees are listed on page 3. Furthermore, on page 4, with respect to the timeline of the Border Inn and acquisition, on March 15, 2022, I entered into contract to purchase the Border Inn casino subject to due diligence. I conducted due diligence and concluded that the Border Inn was a sound investment. Of note, the property was profitable, the seller provided financing, and there were multiple opportunities for growth, including 1, modernizing the information and management system, such as implementing an online booking system, administering online payroll, rolling out instant communication via Slack, and leveraging Google AdWords to increase operational efficiency and revenue. 2, adjusting room and goods pricing to reflect market pricing. And 3, optimizing payroll expenses to adjust headcount during the busy summer and fall seasons and the slow winter and spring seasons. Additionally, the property is located next to Great Basin National Park and is used by many travelers visiting the park, including the RVs, tour buses, and family cars. On April 18, 2022, I formed the Border Inn Casino, Inc., here to be referred to as BIC, a Nevada corporation, to purchase the Border Inn Casino. I am the sole shareholder, officer, and director of BIC.
Excuse me, Mr. Kwok, I read ahead a little bit on you here. I might have a couple of questions, but in the interest of time, I want to see if the board members have any questions for you. And we may have some questions about the financials and what your future goal is for this property. But with that, we'll come back to your presentation in a moment. Board members, did you have questions about either the deck or specific questions about the application?
Thank you, Chairman. I was just concerned about the funding. You purchased the property and just a couple months later, you want to sell the property, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And there's no issue with the funding. The property itself is economically sound. The reason I want to sell the property is because I've been on the road for 3 years, traveling from Colorado to Maine to now Nevada. And I come from San Francisco, and the different cities were started with 10,000, then it went to 8,000, and now we're down to 150 people. 3 years ago, if you asked me, will I continue? Absolutely, yes. But this winter, I went on vacation with my family and I realized I missed them. I've been away from the family for quite some time, and I want, in the long run, to be back in San Francisco.
How long has the property been on the market for sale?
The property was on market as of April this year.
Do you have any potential buyers?
We had 2 buyers look at it, and they did not present an offer. We had a 3rd buyer that moved this or rescheduled to view the property. It was going to be last week. It's going to be somewhere in the future. Something happened with their family. And then there was an international buyer that was interested, but we're still working him through the.
And currently you owe about $1 million on the note?
Correct.
And you had to borrow $300,000 from your sister?
Yes.
For expenses?
No, that is for working capital.
Working capital? Okay. And what is your current source of income?
Current source of income include the Tower 64 operations, along with the Border Inn casino operations.
And what is that number? How much do you derive?
From the Tower 64 operations, it's roughly, it varies somewhere between 150 to 250,000 in profit. And then for the Border Inn casino, some similar figure.
And how much cash flow do you have?
As in just positive cash flow on a monthly basis, I would say somewhere between 30 and 50.
Yeah, I was just concerned, can you alleviate my concerns about when you add up all these numbers, it just sounds like you're going to have a tough time making ends meet where you're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah. So part of the, in terms of the operations of the business, everything, the cash flow from the business will pay for not only the operating expenses, but also the financing expenses. And then the sale of the property will pay for the promissory note.
And you've already filed bankruptcy once on another case, is that right?
No.
You never filed bankruptcy?
No.
Weren't you foreclosed on the property, one of the other properties?
Correct.
Well, how did that get resolved?
It's still in the process of being resolved.
And has the bank notified you of the deficit?
Yes, the deficiency is roughly $1 million.
And do you have the funds to pay that?
Yes, and on page, 1 second here. On page 10, there are 3 source of funds. Number 1 is from personal and family savings. Number 2 is from the operations of Tower 64 and Border Inn Casino. And then lastly is the use of proceeds from the sale of those properties as well.
All right, thank you, Chairman. That's all I have.
Member Watkins.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
It's my understanding that you were planning to do some upgrades to the property and or have conducted some upgrades to the property. Can you talk about what upgrades you've done already and what upgrades you still plan to do in light of the fact that you're planning to sell the property?
Yes. So the upgrades I'm already doing include putting in metal bronze or bronze metal roofing. That's already done for 3 of the buildings, and we have 3 more to go. And then also I've upgraded some audio visual. So for example, we had smaller 20 to 30-inch TVs, and I upgraded to 75-inch TVs. I've also upgraded some of the linens and draperies and
Is that in the rooms, or you mean like common areas, or where?
both.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
And then that's about it.
Oh, those are the ones that you have done already?
Yes.
Are you still planning to do some upgrades or? not?
Yes. So speaking with other industry or gaming industry veterans, there is an opportunity to add bar top machines. And from what I understand, those machines make a lot more or have a lot more play than regular sit down machines. So that is a possibility. And just looking at our bar top, there is possibly 4 machines to be added, but that's in the future.
Okay. And you anticipate carrying that out even if you sell the property or prior to selling the property?
Yes.
Is that correct?
So the process of selling the Border Inn casino by the previous seller took about 4, almost 5 years. And so I do anticipate being at the property throughout that time, if it takes that long. And so it would make sense for me to make improvements to the property, even though I know I'm selling it.
Okay.
Because it will reflect on the financials.
And so you mean that you'll still be on property during the time of transition? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, full time.
And you're currently living on the property, is that correct?
Correct.
It's my understanding that, when you went into this property, when you purchased it, that you believed that you would be able to step back and kind of oversee the property from San Francisco. Is that correct?
Yes.
And now you're under the understanding that it requires day-to-day oversight, which is why you're living on property?
Yes, I underestimated the complexity of managing a business that actually has 7 different operations rolled into one property. That includes the gas station, the gift shop, the bar, the restaurant, casino, the RV park, and the motel.
Okay. And is it correct that you were not able to employ a slot route operator?
Correct. I called folks in Ely. I called folks in Carson. I called folks in Las Vegas, and no one was willing to drive a minimum of 2.5 hours to get to Baker, Nevada.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
First of all, I want to say it's noble that you're investing in this business, an important community in our state, and employing 20% of the population of the entire city is very noble. So thank you for that. Following up on Member Watkins' question, I wanted to ask, you being on property, you got to sleep at some point. Who handles the slot machines and all the other operations while you're off shift?
Yep. So with respect to the previous seller, his son, Jeremy, is staying with me with respect to being on the management team. And so between him and me, we kind of dovetail each other, which we're currently doing right now.
And because you employ 20% of the entire population of Baker, are you committed to this property? Yeah, I know you've got an expectation on the sale, which you just listed, and that's understandable, but are you committed to these employees in this property until there is a sale? We certainly don't want to have some bad circumstances where a large percentage of these employees and their families have a situation where there could be potential closure of this important property. So I just want to have you on the record. Are you committed to staying and employing these individuals?
Yes, I'm committed to staying and employing the individuals and running the property to the best of its ability, or to the best of my ability, until the property is sold.
Good. Thank you for that. I didn't have other questions. Any other questions from board members?
No, thank you, Chairman.
Nothing from me, Chair.
Did you have any closing remarks, Mr. Light?
No closing remarks other than, Mr. Kwok, has been staying on the property. He wants to continue to stay on the property, and by granting a license to him, it would allow him to continue to successfully operate the property, keep it open while a new buyer comes in. And so that's best for everybody involved.
And you've reviewed all the conditions and don't have any questions about the conditions?
There are 4 standard conditions, as I understand it: one for the manufacturer's license, one for the distributor's license, one for the key employee, and slots not to exceed 50. And yes, we're fine with all of those.
Mr. Kwok, you're aware of all those conditions and understand them and agree with them?
Yes, I am aware and I agree with all of the conditions.
Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on this non-restricted item.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. The number of slot machines is limited to 50 slot machines. The number may not be increased, and games other than slot machines may not be added without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or Chair's designee. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. As to the manufacturer's license is restricted to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to the operational configuration changes, such as replacement of one pre-approved component or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play or device. As to the distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies.
Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary.
One more time. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Thank you very much and good luck to you, Mr. Kwok.
Thank you.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Vincent Russo for finding of suitability as a key employee at Golden Tavern Group, LLC.
Good morning and
Good
thank
morning.
you, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. I would like to introduce you to Vincent Russo, who is our Director of Tavern Operations. We're very proud to bring him. He's had a great experience with Golden so far. He is going to give you a little bit of his background and his current duties, and then if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. Thank you for your time. I'd like to thank Agent Young for his thorough investigation as well. My name is Vincent Michael Russo. I'm the Director of Operations at PT's Taverns. I was born and raised here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I graduated from Arborview High School. Shortly after I graduated from high school, I started an apparel company called Barbell Apparel with a few friends of mine. These friends were about 10 years older than me and had prior business experience in manufacture and developing startup businesses. We launched a Kickstarter campaign for our athletic fit denim, which became the second most funded Kickstarter campaign at the time. We raised $735,000 in pre-orders in 45 days. After our Kickstarter campaign, we signed an operating agreement. At the time, I was young and naive and was convinced to sign on as a Class B member. This was my introduction to business as I came from a police family. My father served 27 years with Metro and retired as a sergeant. And my 2 uncles also served with Metro, retiring as a sergeant and a lieutenant. My brother also has 10 years of service and is currently a detective with Metro and assigned to the Major Violators Bureau. I always wanted to follow my family's footsteps and serve my community. And when my role with Barbell and my control of the company became limited due to my Class B membership, I knew it was time to apply for the police academy. I started the police academy in February of 2016 at 22 years old. I graduated later that year as a squad leader. I spent the next 4 years with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. Most of that time I spent at South Central Area Command, which patrols just east of the Las Vegas Strip. I was a patrol officer at that area command before being selected to our problem-solving unit, which is a proactive unit, plainclothes. We primarily target career criminals with active felony warrants. I really enjoyed my time with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I was exposed to so many experiences that really shaped my growth into the position I hold today. Dealing with day-to-day conflict, applying de-escalation techniques and learning new techniques, along with split-second decision-making are the tools that I developed as my time as a police officer that helped me find success in my current position. The summer of 2020, I was presented with an opportunity to leave LVMPD and join Golden Entertainment, where I was put through a management fast track. I thought hard about this decision, ultimately decided that this would be best for my family. This would be in my best interest and my family's best interest. My wife was 8 months pregnant at the time with our son, and I wanted to start a new legacy for my family. I started with Golden in 2020, in September of 2020 in the warehouse on the install team. That was my first introduction to the gaming machines. I learned about the different games we offer at Golden and how to program them. Our first project was removing the games from the podiums and placing them back into the bar tops. This was during the pandemic. After my time with the install team, I moved to the drop team where I learned cash handling, the cash handling aspect combined with security, policy, procedure, and how to drop non-restricted and restricted locations. I then moved to the service department where I'd run calls with the lead tech, and I was exposed to the different situations that tavern managers may run into and bartenders with malfunctions and part failures. I was then given the opportunity to switch over to the tavern side, where I assumed the vacant position of tavern analyst. This is where I started to excel. I learned to read P&Ls, and I was starting to prepare supplemental reports for our tavern financials. I would prepare reports for the regional team to help them dig into some issues that were going on in their taverns, and I was excelling at the reporting and analytic aspect that I started preparing monthly financial decks for our VP and director at the time to present to our president and COO. Through this 6-month stretch as an analyst, I would ask countless questions and really gained a lot of knowledge of how these taverns ran from a numbers perspective. Our director had four taverns at the time, and I was really excited when I was promoted to regional manager, where I got to oversee those 4. And now I was going out in the field, talking with those managers and team members and learning more about how these taverns function. I only had 4 taverns, so I was able to spend a lot of time at these properties, and I was able to learn the ins and outs. Restructuring, I was given 5 more taverns, so I had 9 total, which is our current regional workload. This was an adjustment because I was able to spend less time with those taverns since I had a full workload of 9. But this allowed me to delegate duties better and manage my time better. My job as a regional manager consisted of doing tavern walkthroughs to ensure that we were up to company standards. I would have regular conversations with our managers and staff and team members on staffing concerns. We would communicate about goals for the taverns and current business trends. I would assist with hiring and firing and help get training for team members that needed. As a regional, we're tasked with and responsible for everything under the roof. In September 2020, I was promoted to Director of Operations for the taverns, where I'm responsible for the 7 regional managers and our 63 tavern locations.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions from board members?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. First of all, congratulations on your son. And Agent Young did an excellent job. She was very thorough in the report. I've read through it. Thank you for your service to the Metropolitan Police Department. As a first responder, we owe you guys a great debt of gratitude. So thank you for that. And when I was, I don't know, 40 years ago, I guess, dealing craps at the Bingo Palace or the Palace Station for your father-in-law, Blake, was going through the management training program. And he held a meeting with all of us employees and he said, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I'm smart enough to marry the boss's daughter. So you might want to share that with him when you see him.
Thank you.
So I want to congratulate you on this. I have no problems with this application. I'm in full support.
Thank you.
Good morning. I really enjoyed your presentation. I just wanted to communicate that to you, and especially how you talked about, changing your family's legacy. And thank you to you and your family who have served this community. I appreciate that. You talked about how you learned de-escalation techniques as an officer. Has that helped you in your job as a manager? I'm assuming it has, but if so, how?
Yeah, learning de-escalation techniques out in the field, we were constantly going on different calls for service where, one is a very violent robbery and then the next one, may be just a neighbor dispute. And you constantly have to adjust on the fly and understand, that neighbor dispute may be the biggest thing that's happened in that person's life for that year or maybe their life. So you have to have a ton of empathy for that. And dealing with, our different staff, team members, customers, they all come from all walks of life, and just understanding them and learning, their motivations and where their concerns are, it really helps with de-escalating the problem and coming to a conclusion that we can make everybody happy.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Hopefully we can all take that with us. Appreciate that. But congratulations on all your recent promotions, and I wish you the best of luck. And I'm in support of this application. I don't have any issues or concerns.
And I echo Member Watkins and Member Assad's comments. The application was stellar. No questions at all from that. Your rise through the company shows that your dedication of learning from the ground up is very important. So that's good from a regulatory standpoint, is each of the lower jobs, you can go up to the higher job and understand all the compliance issues that are essential for a highly regulated industry. So I have no questions or concerns about the application and would entertain a motion on this item.
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck to you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 9.
Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Anthony Taubel for licensure as an officer and key employee at Coast Hotels and Casinos, Inc., doing business as Suncoast Hotel and Casino.
Morning, Mr. Giordano.
Good morning, Chairman Hendricks, Member Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald-Carano, appearing on behalf of the applicant here in this item. With me here is Cassie Stratford, Senior Vice President of Legal Operations and Compliance. Mr. Chairman, as you know, on Monday, I notified Chief Hoffman that the general manager of one of Boyd Gaming's properties here in Las Vegas suddenly and unexpectedly resigned effective yesterday. And as a consequence of that, Boyd Gaming needed to make some immediate changes to its general manager lineup in Las Vegas at its properties to ensure that every property had proper leadership at all times. So in that respect, Mr. Toybal, the applicant here before you, just item number 9, was transferred and moved to be the new general manager at the Aliante and the Cannery effective yesterday. So the problem is, of course, today he's up for licensure to Suncoast, his former position, and that he's not there as of today, as of yesterday. So we'd like to ask that this application be referred back to staff so we can amend his application for to now be found to be licensed as the general manager of the Iolante and the cannery, excuse me, and go forward on that basis.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Giordano, and thank you for notifying the board about the change as it happened. I'm in agreement with that. We'll refer this matter back to staff, and I'm sure you'll file the appropriate applications and work with staff to be sure we can get them back on an agenda as soon as possible.
Yeah, we apologize to you and the board and to Agent Carlos Lopez as well for the work he's done. But now let's do a little more work to write a new report for him to be licensed, Mr. Toible, at the cannery and the Aliante. But thank you for doing that. But again, our apologies for the sudden and late notice on this.
No problem at all, and understand that these things happen. And luckily, most of the work has been done on Mr. Toible, so we will keep that in the file and work on the new application appropriate time. So that matter is referred back to staff, Madam Secretary.
Thank you. We appreciate your time and the time of the agent as well.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano. So bringing us now to non-restricted item number 10, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 10 is the application of Aristocrat Leisure Limited for a continuous or delayed public offering. It is also the applications of Aristocrat Technologies Inc. and Aristocrat Technologies Australia Pty Limited to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets in conjunction with continuous or delayed public offering.
Good morning.
Good morning again. Again, for the record, Chairman Hendricks, Member Watkins, Member Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, Greg Giordano of the law firm McDonald Carano, on behalf of the applicants. The application before you today is for a new shelf public offering, continuous delayed public offering approval for 3 years, and also some related approvals in connection with that on behalf of some subsidiaries, corporate subsidiaries of Aristocrat Leisure Limited. With me at the podium is Matt Primer. He's the Chief Product Officer for Aristocrat Gaming. Really don't have any other, I think we'd like to address one item. I think you might want to get an update on the status of the Aristocrats post-acquisition Neo Games. And I could ask Mr. Primer to provide you with that update if you'd like, and then we could entertain questions after that.
Yes, if there is any update since that announcement, we'd certainly be happy to hear it if you want to briefly summarize that.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. Board. So the Neo Games proposed acquisition of Neo Games was announced here in the US on Mother's Day night, much to my wife's dismay. So the 15th of May, which an exciting announcement for Aristocrat. As you would know, Aristocrat were on public record as our iGaming strategy, real money gaming RMG, as a key strategic pillar for us. And this proposed acquisition of around 1.2 billion US dollars of Neo Games, who are NASDAQ listed, which was a $29.50 per share offering, is an exciting step forward for us with our RMG strategy. It gives us global scale in the RMG and iGaming markets. There's three key areas to Neo Games which Aristocrat in particular are very keen to acquire. The Aspire Core, which is the tech platform, which is a really important part of us in that B2B business. The Pariplay, which is an aggregation layer, which again, as the world's leading content creator and leader of social casino and slot casino games, that's really important. They currently have 15,000 games and over 140 customers using that Pariplay aggregation layer. And then B2Bet, which is a sports book. And so that gives us that end-to-end solution for iGaming, iLottery, and online sports. So it's a very important pillar to our strategy and one that we're very excited by. I think we're on the record as saying that we expect that to take 12 to 18 months to close. We obviously hope to close it sooner. Obviously, there is the matter of the Neo Game shareholders to vote on that, as well as all regulatory licenses as well. So a fairly complicated one, but one that we're excited to move through.
Thank you for that update. Are there any questions regarding the applications?
Thank you, Chairman. Agent Di Paoli did a great job on this. Everything was discussed yesterday at the rump session. It's pretty straightforward. I had to look up the word hypothecate. I believe it means collateral. So just as an aside, and everything looks pretty straightforward. So congratulations. I'm in support.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. This is a pretty typical application. I don't have any questions or concerns. Thank you.
And I as well, I want to compliment the agent on this application. I gave him a little hard time during rump yesterday, asked him to define what a delayed public offering is. And I was just kidding. He probably knows more about it than I do. So appreciate that. Appreciate you working with staff on it. And we're working off of draft number 1 of the order dated 5/19/23. Is that correct, Mr. Giordano?
Yes, it is. We have find that order draft to be acceptable and appropriate in circumstances and have no trouble with it whatsoever.
Very good.
Also add that if you'd like, I could give you a complete background on delayed public offering.
I'm sure you can.
I just also add that for the record that, yes, we will be filing Aristocrat application soon to seek approval of the board and the commission for an acquisition and control of Neo Games. So that'll come forward in due course. That's one of the approvals they need in the 20 or so U.S. jurisdictions for the acquisition.
Very good. Thank you for that. A little heads up, future action. All right, entertain a motion for this non-restricted item number 10.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 10 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to shelf order draft number 1, May 19th, 2023.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes and good luck to you and thank you for the update.
Thank you very much. And we want to also thank Agent Dante DePoli for his work on the application. He was great to work with and we appreciate his efforts and professionalism. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bringing us to non-restricted item number 11.
The court reporter has requested a break.
That is a good idea. And let me give a little roadmap here because we probably have people who are here on the restricted agenda, which we thought was going to start at 11 and we're running a little bit behind time. Why don't we, just for the benefit of the people waiting here for the restricted, we'll start the restricted items at, I'm hoping 12:30, if that gives you a little bit of time. There's not a lot of food choices around the neighborhood, but rather than keeping you sitting here for the last 2 items, and then we'll take a break between them. So we'll reconvene restricted at 12:30, and we will take a, does she need 5 minutes or 10 minutes right now?
5 is 5 is
Five.
fine.
Very good. Thank you. So we'll take a 5-minute break right now, come back on the remaining 2 non-restricted items, and then we will start restricted at 12:30. All right, we're back on the record. This is non-restricted item number 11. Good morning, Ms. Gill.
Good morning. Again, Phyllis Gillen for Golden Entertainment. Chair Hendrick, members Watkins, member Assad, Madam Secretary, thank you. I'm here in regards to Lovelock Junction Casino, our application for a non-restricted casino in.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I need to read this item into the record.
Oh, whoops. Hey, I was doing really well too. I had the spiel going.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. It is also the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lovelock Junction Casino for a non-restricted gaming license.
That was my fault, Ms. Gillen. I
No
thought we'd
worries,
already
I'll
read that in the
pick
record.
up from there.
Good, yes.
The Lovelock Junction Casino for a non-restricted location approval. Lovelock Junction is somewhere north. No. Reno, I have with me as well Jennifer Madole, who in Carson City, Jennifer Madole, who is our director of our route operations in North Division, and Carrie Daniels, who's our regional chain store manager. They'll be the executives overseeing the location. So I want them to be available for any questions you might have. I'm going to go through what I know about the location. There's 70 slot machines. We are going to retain the employees that are at the current location. There's 2 employees we will not retain. We have made arrangements with the hotel that's there to absorb those employees, so no one will be out of their positions. We're going to acquire as well 2 more employees, on-site supervisors, slot audit. We will have available tech slot personnel, slot host personnel, a lead supervisor. In addition, we will be doing, we're considering right now weekly slot drops, as well as our Sartini route operators will be visiting weekly. Jennifer and Carrie will also be committed to be there weekly, if not more. And we have our key employee, Dan Grosbeck, corporate officer, who is going to be filing immediately for key employee. In addition to all that, they have all compliance and services of all our other non-restricted casinos and all corporate people and the tavern operations group as needed. So we additionally have other tavern operations in that area in Fernley and things like that. So there'll be a lot of people in the area for this support. Surveillance is being updated. We will be also updating the gaming machine from an old IGT machine to our Golden GMS system, and we'll be updating some of the gaming machines as well at the location. Let's see, the timing anticipated right now for our opening is July 1st, hopefully. The current gives the current operator time to close out, do all paperwork, et cetera, get that all submitted and get our team in place. So we're looking at a July 1st update. Any questions after that? For us, it's our 11th or 12th, I think, smaller non-restricted casino.
Great. Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Gillen, and enjoyed reading about this and enjoyed hearing about all the updates you're doing with the equipment as well as staff. So I didn't have any questions about it. Questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. Senior Agent Wilson did a great job.
Yes.
Pretty straightforward, and we discussed everything that was essential. Any questions we may have had yesterday at the rump session. So I don't have any further questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your presentations. I don't have any questions or concerns either.
Great, thank you very much.
And you're aware of all the conditions, correct?
Yes, our location is slot machines only. The surveillance system will be inspected and improved, and our key employee will be filed shortly.
And you've read and agree with draft number 1 of the 10th revised order registration dated 5/23/23?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Then I believe this matter is ready for a motion.
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the 10th revised order of registration draft number 1, May 3rd, 2023, and the following conditions. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines. Live games may not be added without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. A key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Thank you. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And bringing us to our last non-restricted item, which is non-restricted item number 12.
Non-restricted number 12 is the application of Affinity Gaming Holdings LLC for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Morning.
Good morning, almost good
Hey, we're close.
afternoon, Chair
Yeah,
Hendrick,
we're close.
Member Assad, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. Also here today, Andre Scrivens, he's the Chief Executive Officer of Affinity, and also Erin Barnett, she's Senior Vice President and General Counsel. If the board will recall, in December of this last year, we were before you and the commission approved Affinity's application pursuant to Regulation 15C200 to issue a dividend out of available cash to the investment funds that hold the direct and indirect equity interests in Affinity. The commission placed 3 conditions on that approval. The first was that the dividend be limited to $175 million. The second condition was that the dividend be made out of available cash and not debt. And the third, that the dividend be completed within 6 months of the approval. That 6-month period aligns with Nevada Gaming Regulation 40801, which requires that matters that are approved by the commission be begun or occur within 6 months of the date the application was approved. Affinity has made some installments of the dividend, but is now requesting a waiver pursuant to subsection 4 of that regulation to allow them the flexibility and the time to pay out the balance of the dividend in accordance with the commission's conditions. With that, we want to thank Agent Tina Logan. She is always fabulous and expeditiously processed this application, and we ask for your recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Are there questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. There was a 75 million balance at one time. They paid out 100 million.
All of the dividend amounts have been confidentially disclosed to Agent Logan, and we would ask that we credential if that's all
Okay.
right.
And you're going to be able to fulfill the balance within a
We
month or
hope within
two,
the
or
next 6 months, yes.
6 months.
Yes.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Member Watkins.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just one question for you. Was the Rail City transaction initially taken into consideration for the distribution? Was that something that was calculated into the proceeds, calculated into the cash on hand?
It was considered because that was in process at the time.
Okay. So
but we just couldn't predict what the timing would be.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
And do you believe now that a 6-month extension is adequate? I know it started with a year and now you're requesting 6 months. Do you believe it'll be completed in that amount of time?
I think so. I think the transaction is scheduled to close before year end. So we think that should be adequate amount of time.
Okay. And I recognize you understand the condition because it's just obviously a change to the prior conditions. Are the other 2 conditions still in effect? That may be for you, Chief Hoffman, or for you, Ms. Vermees.
They are still in effect. We would not modify those conditions in any way.
Yeah, understood. So you're still following the prior 2 conditions, and this is simply adding the extra 6 months to the original condition that it be done by
the end of the year.
Correct. Yes, you got it. Thank you. I didn't have any other questions. So with that, I would entertain a motion on Non-restricted item number 12.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 12 is read into the record by Secretary Ruber pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of provision of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4.080 in connection with the approval granted in December 2022 for a distribution shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in December 2023.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. That concludes our non-restricted agenda. The agenda had a time that we wouldn't start restricted before 11 o'clock. We are 58 minutes behind, and I've already advised that we will start the restricted agenda at 12:30. So we'll be in recess for 31 minutes. Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for starting the restricted agenda a little bit late. We try to estimate when these will start, and we missed it by a little bit today. So my apologies for that. We'll try to move as efficiently as possible. I mentioned earlier that restricted item number 1 was removed from the agenda. So our first item would be the consideration of matters on the restricted consent agenda. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
That is correct.
All right, if you would, you can read those into the record with the understanding that the board's investigative agents have worked up detailed files on those matters and that the boards have been presented with those files and had the opportunity to review them. There was no areas of concern and no issues that would have needed to be brought before a public meeting. So therefore, there were no questions and appearances of those matters have been waived. Therefore, you can read the consent agenda into the record.
Restricted number 5 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29638 for restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Nimbus Inc. for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 29638. You also have the application of Sudhinder Maraki for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder. Restricted number 8 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming, doing business at Terribles number 406 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 9 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business as Terribles Gaming for restricted gaming license as noted on the agenda and the exhibit.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are there any questions or comments regarding these consent agenda items by the board members?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman. None by me.
None for me either.
All right, then we entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item numbers 5, 8, and 9 pursuant to the following conditions. As to item number 8, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the Nevada gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And as to item number 9, a full-time attendant age 21 or older must be on duty at all times. The machines are available to the public for play.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Bringing us to restricted item number 2.
Restricted number 2 is the application of VIX Symphony Park LLC, doing business as VIX for a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of SFM Inc. for licensure as member and manager, and the applications of Paul Loudon and Paul Wayne Loudon IV for licensure as an officer, director, and/or key employee as noted on the agenda. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Mark DiMartino for licensure as a key employee.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Member Watkins, Judge, Madam Executive Secretary, and chiefs of the departments. John Moran with the law firm of Clark Hill, representing Mr. Loudon on this particular application, item number 2 on your restricted portion of the agenda, that being VIX Symphony Park LLC, doing business as VIX. Again, Mr. Chair, this is an application for a restricted gaming license located at 355 Promenade Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. It's also an application for licensure as member and manager, application for a finding of suitability as an officer and director, and an application for licensure as key employee at that location, Promenade. There are 2 companion items, Mr. Chair, that I'm sure you and the board are aware of. Madam Executive Secretary made reference to those 2 items, one of which is a withdrawal, our request for withdrawal of Mr. DiMartino, Mark Jude DiMartino. He was our general manager. He actually was more concentrated in the food and beverage component of this particular location than anything else, but Mr. DiMartino decided to opt out at this location. However, we left on very, very good terms, and he was just looking to do other things and move out of the jurisdiction. There's also an application for licensure as key employee of Mr. DiMartino that has been requested for withdrawal as well. So that should style the item. Mr. Chair, a couple things. I wanted to first say thank you to the agents that were assigned to this specific matter. Two agents were assigned by applicant services, Mr. Chilton. The agents Martiroshian and agent Brandon Peters. Those were our agents on this particular matter. They performed the investigation and reported back to you all and their chiefs. They were professional to deal with. They were very, very knowledgeable as to the subject matter, and they were a delight and pleasure to deal with. And we appreciated the investigation and working with both of those individuals. Now, Mr. Chairman, if I can move into just a brief introduction, and then I want to talk a little bit about the opportunity. And then really, for all intents and purposes, we're here to see and hear from Mr. Paul Loudon IV, who is the son of both Sue Loudon and Mr. Loudon Sr. We call him Dad. We all pretty much know the Loudon legacy and the chronology and the history here and the deep roots here in Nevada, but more specifically here in Southern Nevada. But we'll get into that in a minute. But I have the pleasure of representing the family, the publicly traded contingency, that being Archon, a PTC, and then obviously the wholly owned subsidiary, which is VIX Symphony Park LLC, of which is before you for a restricted gaming license, that being 15 machines. We also wanted to note in appreciation, Mr. Chairman, and board membership for the waiver of Mr. Loudon, AKA Dad's appearance today. He and Sue have traveled back from where they were to be here to support their son. But they are here in Nevada, but just, again, not here at the dais or podium making representations. But we know the Loudon family, we know their history, and we also know that Mr. Loudon has been a licensee at multiple locations. So I think upwards of a half of a century, if I am correct. With that, an introduction, Paul IV, I'm going to let him, I would like to reserve some time for Paul to be able to make some representations about himself and his upbringing, also his responsibilities and obligations, and making certain that he knows his responsibilities at this location as a privileged licensee for not only state gaming, but also for local liquor and gaming, which he has submitted applications with the city of Las Vegas. And I'll let him go ahead and speak specifically of that. But the Loudon family has been involved in many different locations here, both non-restricted locations and now at this restricted location with 15 machines. They're currently pushing this new brand, which is really an old brand, but a new brand. And I think you will remember the institution of intellectual property, that being VIX, Vegas VIX, and it was formerly downtown on Fremont Street. It was thought of and created in, I believe, the late 40s. And then it was posted in 1951 in front of what is now a different hotel casino. But at that point, it was the Pioneer Hotel. It's no longer there. But the Loudon family acquired that hotel back in the 80s, have since sold that, but they maintained the media rights and the intellectual property rights as it relates to trade name, copyright, and other types of marks associated with that IP. We're using that IP at this particular location. This is going to be one of many locations where we have branded this type of a location, Junction, with that IP being VIX, the cowboy, what's synonymous with downtown Las Vegas and the state of Nevada in general, gaming in general, actually. But let me turn to the opportunity for a quick minute. We were given a very, very unique opportunity to place our restaurant and tavern and lounge, jazz lounge, at Symphony Park, which is downtown. It's in the city's redevelopment district, and the mayor and the council approached us, specifically Councilman Cedric Creer, who we owe a debt of gratitude to for helping move us into this location, along with other council members and the mayor. But they gave us an opportunity to move our brand to that premier location at Symphony Park. Again, this is a project of regional significance. It's mixed use down there, and they didn't want to make any mistakes. We're right across from the Smith Center. We're right across from the Discovery and Lead Museum for Children and others. But we're also at the epicenter of the Symphony Park overlay and master plan, which was really kind of an honor. And it's a tribute to the family, what the family has done and what the family will continue to do on a go-forward basis, in making certain to do what is right as privileged licensees and provide the highest and best hospitality that we would expect of all of our licensees in the state of Nevada. But I'll save some of that for Paul to walk you through some of that stuff. We know where the location is. Again, it's a 20-year lease. It's got some upticks, 4% here and there. We've got 50/50 rent on the first 10 years. Again, we are a super financially capitalized, sufficiently capitalized entity. We're looking at about a $3.7 million spend at this location, which would include real property improvement, tenant improvement, and other items at the location. The total square footage is 7,481 square feet. Out of that square footage, we have about 1,210 square feet reserved for gaming area, again, where the 15 machines will be located. And as far as patron usage, not including the restrooms, we have about a total of 4,500 square feet for a grand occupancy of about 320 people. And again, just to kind of stylize what it is, and I don't know if you had a chance to go down there, we're open, operating. The food is incredible. We're serving lunch, we're serving dinner around the clock. And we have kind of a jazz lounge with a stage. It's recording capabilities, so jazz artists can come in, they can record, they can play. Paul can talk a little bit about that in a moment if you would like. We also have an area that you can sit and talk, more of like a lounge kind of atmosphere. And then we have the steakhouse and a lounge kind of area separated by what we know as a traditional center bar, so to speak. And again, we have 15 machines. Jet Gaming is a slot route operator. We have a participation with them. It's an 85-15 split above $15,999. And again, it's a participation that we enjoy. The Loudons and the Herbst family go back many, many years, and they were the preferred route operator for this specific location. There's a lot of good ones out there, but we picked Jet. And we have the 15 machines there located. So we have 9 machines that are in the bar. We have 4 machines that are essentially, they're kind of like tabletop, but they face through glass into the steakhouse. So you can kind of watch the jazz acts if you want to also gamble at the same time. And then we have 2 stand-ups that are located on the northern part of the floor plan in that tavern space. So all 15 machines are essentially located in the same area, and they're all housed in the same area. And they all are separated from points of sale and other stuff that are important for you all when approving the floor plan and making certain that it's suitable in terms of from a physical standpoint. Mr. Chair, we're here asking for your approval and recommendation for support. We feel that Mr. Loudon Sr., dad, and Mr. Loudon IV, son, not only do they have the personal history, the personal suitability, and the financial suitability is, I don't know many companies that have the fiscal liquidity that this particular company has. You have our filings and whatnot in your materials. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars liquid monies. Again, I wouldn't mention that unless asked, but it's public information. But he also has the business probity that you would expect of a licensee here in the state of Nevada. I'll let Paul go ahead and make some representations as to his past here and why he has decided to get into the family business and watching his father over all these years, and why this is just a natural change of guard from father and mother, Sue. I'll leave her out because she's really the brains behind the whole operation, along with Mr. Of course, the dad. But it's kind of paving the way for that change of guard. And but we'll let Paul speak to that. And I know he also wants to tell you a little bit about what he thinks he is going to do and is required to do to be a good gaming licensee. And I also wanted to mention that he has signed up for the restricted licensee first time licensee course. I think it's next week on Wednesday. He will be attending that. He is a new licensee. This is his first time before the Gaming Commission and Control Board. So with that, I'll turn it over, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Loudon.
Good afternoon.
You can raise that up.
I'm going to do that. Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon, Madam Secretary. My name is Paul Loudon Jr. And I'm born and raised here in Las Vegas. As what's sort of been said already, I've been involved in the gaming industry since I was very young. My family, we've had a lot of projects over the years, successful projects. My mother, my father, and my brother are current existing licensees. When the city of Las Vegas approached us about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, to take on a potential new project in the Symphony Park area. We were very excited and knew exactly what we had in mind for the project. Something that my father was looking for a number of years, but we just couldn't find the appropriate site. VIX was going to be very special for our family, but for me specifically, it was an opportunity to jump into an active gaming role that I have never really been in, just growing up in it, but not an active participant. I plan on being a good steward of the business. I've had great role models my whole life to show how it's done, and I intend to carry that out. I look forward to everything that our business is going to bring to the neighborhood. We've been building some nice relationships in that downtown area. A lot of residential is on the uprising, a lot of businesses as well. And hopefully VIX integrates very nicely into that area. Happy to answer any questions about the business or myself.
Thank you for that, Mr. Loudon. Yeah, tell us a little bit about what the concept was and what your vision is for providing live entertainment.
Sure. So VIX is basically three rooms. One, the primary room is the main room, a restaurant component with a stage for live music that we've been rolling out nightly. We are particular about who we want to play. Dad has his hands in on specific artist performers. It's actually kind of fun for us as a family to, play that role. But it's a full-scale restaurant, and that's one of the things we intend to keep, regardless of who's on stage or not. The bar is sort of a room in itself. We have a nice glass wall, so you can see inside the main room, but we have really nice acoustics, really nice sound quality where it can be its own room if you want it to be and have its own experience. The third room would be sort of a hangout sports lounge with lots of TVs. We actually have the capability to video and feed in the stage from both of those other rooms where the stage isn't located if we wanted to do that, if customers ever wanted to actually see the show, but from a different room. So there was a lot of different options that we built into this thing.
And I believe I read some articles about the synergy between the Symphony Center and Smith Center over to your facility. Is that the plan? Is it some early before Smith Center performances? You want people to come before and stay after?
Yes, exactly. We've already noticed a nice trend of patrons going to Smith Center for Broadway shows, for musicals. They are lining up for early bird special dinners, we'll call them, and then even occasionally hanging out after the show as well, and not just rushing home. We have a really nice relationship with Myron Martin over at the Smith Center. He was one of our proponents when we first were looking for approval from the city, and I think we've built a really nice relationship overall with the Smith Center, and want to continue to work with them whenever they have events and groups, as well as they're trying to use VIX as sort of an additional amenity to ticket holders and other patrons that they have.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Personally, for me, I'm a huge fan of live entertainment, especially live music and artists here in Las Vegas. So it does bring back, as you and Mr. Moran were mentioning, the component of the old Vegas and Vegas Vic. So I'm very excited about it. I hope to get over there soon and check it out myself. Are there questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. No questions. Agent Matarosian did a really good job, very thorough. And we discussed everything we needed to discuss at the rump session yesterday. So I don't have any specific questions. I'm looking forward also to enjoying a little bit, going back to Old Vegas and having some good food, and good entertainment. You might want to throw in a night for Motown. I'm a kind of a Motown fan. I think a lot of people in town are
I'll make a note.
still, there you go. So, but it sounds like it's going to be very successful. I like the business model. And you've got great people to rely on with your dad and your mom for experience with the gaming side of it and entertainment side of it. So I wish you well. I'm in full support of the application.
Thank you, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You said that the focus is on jazz, is that correct?
Primarily jazz music.
Okay,
yeah.
what other type of music genres?
Well, we have been exploring, I guess, the different genres within jazz, whether it's Brazilian jazz, standard jazz, smooth R&B jazz. There's really no shortage right now of those kinds of opportunities. At some point in the future, maybe we would consider something like Motown, or something else if there was an interesting time for that.
Okay, that was just completely out of curiosity, and so is this question. Are there multiple performances a night, or is there just one kind of band that plays the?
Right now we perform nightly music, and we have a nice program with the Las Vegas Academy High School that has a really phenomenal jazz program.
Oh, wow.
We've been using their jazz combo, their jazz studies group, regularly, I would say, to sort of carry a lot of the midweek shows for us. Over the weekends, we would try to bring in some of the more seasoned performers that are either in town or even coming from New York or Los Angeles. But they've actually been, it's no surprise to us. We knew how good they are.
Mhm. Well, I am glad to see the community partnership, and congratulations on the success so far. I look forward to the continued success, and I'm fully in support of the application.
Thank you very much.
And I wanted to add that to Mr. Moran's comment that thank you for signing up for the restricted gaming compliance seminar that is next week. That's good to see. Obviously, you've been involved through the process and licensing through your family, but learning some of those things firsthand from board agents, we always encourage. So glad you're going to be taking that next week. Also, it seems to be that today has been a who's who of the gaming industry families, the history books, and of course, your family would be very well noted in a chapter in that book, as well as the Moran family and all the other families we've heard today. So I'm fully in support of this matter. Look forward to your success at this location. And unless there's other questions or any comments in closing, Mr. Moran, we'd take a motion on this matter.
We'll take a motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect.
Oh, real quick, Chair, with regard to the request to withdraw, did you previously state the reason for the request on the record?
The reason was that he departed for another opportunity, and it was on amicable grounds.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Secretary, would you like to take the withdrawal first?
We can do that, yes.
Okay. Do you want to do that, Member Watkins?
Yes, I will. I move to approve the request to withdraw without prejudice.
Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. And then on to the applications.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. A key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Paul Wayne Loudon in the fourth shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much and good luck to you.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, Member Watkins.
Thank you. And good to see you, Mr. Former Chairman. Good to see you,
Forgot I
Mr.
wasn't
Chairman.
Chairman anymore.
Oh, yeah, somebody else. No, good to see you. Thank you for being with us today.
I've been watching you guys most of the day. I'm really happy that gaming's in good stead with you. I enjoyed working with Brittany so much, and I used to work with the judge. I was always listening very closely when the judge would speak, and now I'm listening to you as well. So thank you for having us down. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman Moran. Good to see you all.
Thank you for your kind words.
All right, Madam Secretary, the next item on the restricted agenda.
Restricted number 3 is the application of S&C LLC doing business as Jake's Bar for restricted gaming license and the application of Cindy Petrocco for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon.
Chairman Hendricks, Madam Secretary, board members, thank you for seeing me today. I need to apologize first because I'm a terrible public speaker and I've been a worst interviewee. So luckily I've only had a handful of jobs in my whole life.
That's okay. Take your time.
Okay.
We just want to hear a little bit about you and a little bit about what you're doing with this location.
Okay, I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah, born and raised there. My parents have been in the same house since 1961. I went to college in St. George, Utah, moved to Las Vegas in 1987 to open a diagnostic imaging center, which is still open on Flamingo and Pearl. I left the ISN to work for Dr. Lonnie Hammergren as his office manager in 1994. He was running for lieutenant governor at the time, so I was also assistant to the lieutenant governor when he won his term, for his term. But we kept the medical office open during that time, so I was in this office here upstairs and the medical office up at Sunrise at the same time. I was in the medical office, the medical field for 20 years. When Dr. Hammergren retired, I didn't really want to be in an office anymore. And my husband, who was here, was getting ready to retire from IBW, or shortly. He just retired after 38 years. So I thought, okay, I'll just bartend for a little while. I ended up coming on as manager of Jake's Bar in 2010. I have been there since. Jake's has been there 27 years. I've been there 13 of those. The previous owner, Glenn Hill, passed away in July of 2020, and the bar was up for sale for the last 3 years. But with the offers that came up, they all wanted to include me in the offer. So I said, well, I've been doing this all these years. I'm not going to change anything. We decided that we would just take over and do what I've been doing anyway. I'm not changing anything as far as the business aspect of it. It will still be run the same way we have the kitchen, the office, the bartenders. Most of my bartenders have been with me for years. We don't have a big turnover. I know and work every aspect of this bar, from bartending to the office to the kitchen. I cook, do maintenance. My husband does a lot of the maintenance. Now he gets paid for it. So other than changing from manager to owner, everything will stay as it is. It's a well-run business, I believe. It's consistent as far as income, and I lost my wording. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you have anything else to tell us about the business?
No, you've seen my application. You know as much as I do.
We have. We have. Thank you for that. A very well put together application. And I will tell you that staff was very complimentary of your cooperation and your ability to get them all the information they need. So your public speaking is fine and your application development is even better. So we thank you for that.
Well, I'd like to thank Joe Lombardo too, my agent. He has been great. And
Good.
he's made this a very simple process, and it's been comfortable and delightful to work with.
That's great. Thank you for that. Are there questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any questions. Agent Lombardo did a very thorough job. Excellent presentation. You are a very good speaker, so maybe there's another career for you after bartending and running this operation. So you did great. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm in full support of your application.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Not
done? I'm sorry.
Good
Someone's gonna
afternoon.
watch this on YouTube, huh?
I was just saying good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, you're doing great. You're doing great. Just a few more minutes here.
Okay.
I don't have any questions or concerns, and I'm happy to support the application. And congratulations on your success and ownership.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. I echo those comments. Nice to see that you've been with the business so long. Like you said, you know everything about it, so why not own it? And we certainly like people who employ other people in the state of Nevada and Clark County, so we thank you for that. I didn't have any other questions or comments on the application. Very thorough, so I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 3.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck to both of you.
Oh, I can turn around, right?
Now you do. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted item number 4.
Restricted number 4 is the application of RR Vegas 55 LLC doing business as El Dorado Cantina for restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Red Global LLC for registration as a holding company and for finding of suitability of Darren Justin Feinstein as a member and manager. You also have the application of Red Global LLC for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. To my right is the applicant Darren Feinstein. He's the member manager of Red Global LLC, which in turn is the sole member manager of the applicant entity, RR Vegas 55 LLC. This location, the El Dorado Cantina, has had 15 machines over the past year. They've been run by Sartini Gaming. The company has a space lease with Sartini that has a participation provision, and the applicant decided to go ahead and convert it from a fixed rent to a participation arrangement, and that's why we're here today. Mr. Feinstein has appeared before the board and the commission. He's been licensed most recently in 2017 in connection with a finder's fee and a minority equity position with the Hard Rock Lake Tahoe. He was licensed back in 2002. So I've been representing Darren for over 20 years in connection with a restricted location. He has also filed applications and been investigated and approved with various food and beverage establishments, both here in Nevada and in other states throughout the country. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees, and welcome, Mr. Feinstein. Glad to have you before us again. And certainly we saw in the materials that you've been in front of the board and commission many times. We appreciate that. And I just wanted to ask, how's the state of this particular location doing business-wise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and other members and Madam Secretary. Thanks for having me here once again before you. The El Dorado brand is very strong, and the location in question is in a very good office park, and there's a lot of good development going up around it. So we're very, very bullish on the future for this location.
Good. Thank you. And am I to understand, is this your first restricted location that you've been involved with?
I've been licensed for restricted locations before.
Okay.
Yeah. So
as well as non-restricted, obviously.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good. Are there questions from board members?
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have any specific questions. Just curious as to the food menu. What type of food would we be serving?
Yeah, so El Dorado Cantina has been around for about a decade. We're an upscale, organic, GMO-free Mexican restaurant, and we've this is our third location. So it's a very vendor-specific genre of authentic Mexican cuisine.
Excellent. I like Mexican food. I'll
Come and
be
visit
there. You're Sunset Road. And what would be the cross street?
It's Buffalo and the 215. So it's
Buffalo and the 215.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that this
very good.
location's right around there, but there's one near the strip and another one in Tivoli Village.
Oh, you're in Tivoli Village?
Yes.
That's right across from where I am. Okay, I'll have to check that one out.
Come on over.
I will. I can't tell you who I am though.
Sorry.
Because you can't pick up the check. We got to pay.
Yes, I'm aware. We won't.
So, but Agent Lombardo did another great job of keeping them very busy. This was a very thorough report as well as the other one. And we discussed everything yesterday in the rump session. So I don't have any questions. I'm in full support of the application, and you have an excellent attorney. So 20 years and going.
Very kind.
Stick with her.
Yes. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Member Watkins?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't have any particular questions or concerns. Is it your understanding that there are two conditions? And
Yes, he is going to attend the restricted gaming compliance seminar as well his key employee. And I believe that you're gonna, please remind me the second condition.
there was a key employee condition
Oh,
and then
the key employee condition. And yes, and that key employee, he has a key employee, that application was filed and it just has not been activated.
Right. Thank
No
you
problem.
for providing that for the record. I appreciate that. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Sure.
I will add, though, that I also want to give my thanks to Agent Lombardo. He's always great to work with, super nice, super professional, and keeps it moving.
Great. Thank you for that. And I'll just say again that obviously your background and your times in being in front of the board and commission is very commendable, and your cooperation through all these investigations. As you'll know, they're not as easy as most people think they are. We do a thorough job on the front end of loading this, as you know, being in the industry for so long, and people who cooperate with our agents makes it wonderful for us to work with. So thank you for that. And I believe this matter is ready for a motion.
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following conditions. A key employee application must be on file with the Nevada Gaming Control Board at all times and refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. And the licensee shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee within 120 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board chair or the chair's designee.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 6, correct?
Correct. Restricted number 6 is the application of Lig Hospitality LLC to add, remove, or modify a condition.
Mr. Gutwald.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. Thank you for waiving the appearance of Todd Nigro. He wanted me to convey his thanks. He deeply appreciates it. With your permission, I'll give a little bit of a rationale for why we have asked for this condition, and we can go from there.
Please.
Todd Nigro has pared back some of his many business operations so he can devote more time to his establishments and look over them by himself, as opposed to having an operations manager. The operations manager left, and he wanted to be able to step into that role as need be. The operation manager provides support to 2 area managers that currently are only overseeing 4 locations apiece. Under the conditions of the current license, they're allowed to look up to 8 apiece. So there's plenty of capacity to do that. And so for now, I don't know how long that will last, but he'd like to serve in the role as operations manager until they pull somebody in later. That's it.
And so you have read and understood the removal of the requested condition, but the addition of the new condition.
That is correct.
All right. Questions from board members?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So in the hierarchy of the between the operations manager and the area manager, is the area manager over the operations manager?
It's Todd, currently the operations manager, and then 2 area managers.
Oh,
So
I
you have
see.
2 area managers who oversee 4 locations apiece, and then they fed up to this operations manager. The condition requires licensure of all of those, and rather than have Todd step in and get licensed as the operation manager while he fulfills this role, we just modified the condition.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't I don't have anything for you. I'm sorry.
Fine. That's great.
I'm in support of the application, though.
And as you noted for the record, we waived Mr. Nigro's appearance because he was just in front of the board and commission, I believe, a month or two ago. So didn't need him on this matter. You artfully handled it and explained it very well. We appreciate that, Mr. Gutwall.
Very much.
This
Thanks
matter
for
is,
the lunch break as well.
yes. Did you find somewhere to eat around the Grant Sawyer building?
Jack in the Box. Very good.
Good for you. Good. Well, you used to work here, so you knew where all the hot spots were.
That's right.
All right, we're ready for a motion on restricted item number 6.
All righty. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following change in condition to remove the operations manager and each area manager of Lig Hospitality LLC must file key employee application within 60 days of Nevada Gaming Commission approval and thereafter must be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying these positions. And to add, each area manager of Lig Hospitality LLC must file key employee applications within 60 days of Nevada Gaming Commission approval and thereafter must be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying these positions. And an operations manager must file key employee application at such time as an equity owner no longer performs the function of operations manager and thereafter must be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Very good. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
It's good to see you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, that brings us to restricted item number 7, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 7 is the application of Woody's Entertainment, Inc., doing business as Hangar Tavern for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hendrick, Member Watkins, and Member Assad. My name is Sally Eloyan. I'm an enrolled agent, and I assist Mr. Tate, President of Woody's Entertainment, with gaming applications. We don't have an affirmative presentation today, but are here to answer any questions that you may have concerning the waiver of Regulation 4.080, and I will turn the podium over to Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Ms. Aloyan. Good afternoon, Mr. Tate.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank
you. First of all, we appreciate you being here, and we know that you've been involved in the gaming industry for quite some time. The only reason I asked for you to be here is I wanted you to explain a little bit for us, Mr. Tate, about the status and the planned opening of this property. I know you're asking for another 6 months. Is that enough time to handle this matter within 6 months?
We think so. Excuse me, as most people know, it's just a very challenging environment in the construction industry. We've struggled up here in the north a little bit, which is a positive thing. Everyone's busy. But we've had the fortunate opportunity to pay rent for a year now without any success, which is kind of painful. But we've been working with our plans. We received a budget that we thought was a little north of what we thought was reasonable. We worked it a little bit and rebid it, and I think we've got a budget that we can live with. And then the application to file the formal plans was completed, and it was completed and I believe submitted yesterday. And so with the Carson City Building Department, our hopes is they can turn that around in 30 days. Our contract calls for a 90-day construction period. It's quite simple in my mind, but things seem to be a little bit more complicated today than they were 5-10 years ago. But in all, we do believe we can hit this goal. It may be a challenge, but we do believe we can hit it, sir.
Thank you for that, and certainly understand your concerns with the speed of things going on in construction industry. So I'm fine with 6 months. I personally would have been fine longer if that's available, because I don't want to make you have to file an application and come back if we're talking about another 30 or 60 days. And that's just kind of my personal philosophy on this. I'd have to ask the AG's office if there's any reason why we couldn't go beyond 6 months on this application, but I certainly want to hear from my other board members at this point.
Yeah, I agree, Chairman. If we can do it, the problem is, I think the agenda is, states that the Gaming Commission meeting in December of 2023. Can we amend that at this time, Ed? By interlineation?
If you give me a second, I'll review it.
Do you have other questions, Judge, while he's looking that up?
No, I don't have any questions. I sympathize with you in trying to deal with the building departments and the zoning and the construction and the plans and so forth and so on with these city agencies. So you have my sympathies in that regard. I'm in support of whatever we can give you. Would you like to go beyond the 6 months?
Well, Judge, it would be awfully nice. I don't know that it can happen, but it would be nice. And I think of it simply in the context of providing support for the staff. It's kind of redundant. I've been around for 28 years now, and this is a very small item, but nothing that we take for granted or take lightly. We address our responsibilities with gaming in a very professional manner and a very serious manner. But at the same time, in the effort of efficiency, if that opportunity is available as provided by guidance, legal counsel there, then we'd be more than welcome to do it. We're going to get it open as soon as we can open it. I can represent that.
Thank you. And Mr. McGaugh, I guess the question is, does 4080 allow us to go beyond 6 months, or is that a hard stop? And we're now on this would be the second continuation of 6 months. Is that as far as we're allowed to go? And then we just have to have them file another application if it can't get done within that time?
Okay, for the record, Ed McGough with the Attorney General's office. A review of the regulation reveals that there is no built-in time limit. So if the board and commission within reason could allow extension as long as would be reasonable under the circumstances. I think they've stuck to the 6 months probably because of the commission action requirement of, that things have to take place with 6 months. But I believe that there is no restriction to the language of the regulation. So you could longer. And from what I understand, that has been done in the past. And as to Judge Assad's question about the agenda item, it doesn't actually set the time period in that language. So I think we're okay with if you extend it to a longer than 6 months.
So is the agenda correct where it has in the parenthetical, which imposes a 6 month time limitation within which commission action is effective?
Yeah, the requirement is that the action voted on by the commission has to take place or start within that 6 month period, and it depends on the type of license. So they have 6 months in which to activate the license in this case, without a waiver. But with the waiver, it can be extended beyond 6 months.
All right. Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I haven't gone back to 4080 and looked at that closely. So the question, Mr. Tate and Ms. Aloyan, is you're probably asking for 6 months because that's what we did last time. I'm just looking at this and thinking December could be tough. And with the construction industry, I'm glad to hear that you're saying that you got some notice today about it, but I would personally be amenable to a motion that was for a 9 month extension waiver of this. Would give you till, what are we talking about? March or February? March
2024.
Okay. Is one of the members want to make a motion with that or have another suggestion?
I don't have any other suggestion. I'm certainly open to extending the normal time frame given the construction delays and they certainly aren't the only business owners who have been facing these delays. We've heard it time and time again. So I am definitely sympathetic to that and am open to supporting an additional, is it 9 months time frame?
Yeah, and I think the idea here is it keeps you from having to file another application, keeps the investigations office and division from having to review another application, put it back on 2 agendas. So I want to give you a little bit more breathing room to try to get this done. So I would entertain a motion to make it, instead of December of 2023 to March of 2024, if you'd like to make that, Member Watkins.
I will make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in June 2022 and the waiver approval in December 2022 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Commission meeting in March of 2024.
Thank you for that. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you for appearing before us today, and we wish you good luck with the construction and the opening of the project.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your guidance, latitude, and leadership, sir. Appreciate y'all, all of them.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Ms. Loyan. All right, and restricted 8 and restricted 9 were on the consent agenda. So, Madam Secretary, I believe that should bring us to our second public comment section. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, if you want to start that, that'd be wonderful.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you. Is anyone here in Las Vegas wishing to make public comment at this time? Seeing no one, is there anybody in Carson City wishing to make public comment today? Seeing none, that will conclude our Nevada Game Control Board meeting for the month of June 2023. Thank everybody for attending in person or virtually today, and we are adjourned.